on, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and run those likes all the way up. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. So whether you part of the replay gang acting for me in real time in these sky reeks, or you are an old nasty piece of bush, baby, I need you to swing and bang and bully the hell out of that like feature. It don't cost you nothing, and we ain't got no weirdos over here, so smash and dash on that like feature. Also, if you enjoy everything that Kane does here, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. Of course, that's Conscious spelled with a Z on the end, just like it is here on the channel. All donation information and social media handles are in the description box below, as well as scrolling from right to left in red and white at the bottom of this here sky ring. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community, wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give no damn where you, in fact, let the link. Let them whores know that we're loud live, and we're certainly in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Where's my intro? Oh.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, what's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Sunday, y'all. We got a full-fledged Sunday going on today. I'm going to tell y'all out of the gate, I just as in like the last 45 minutes, baby, okay, kind of caught up on this Lindsey Clancy case. I don't know everything there is to know about this case. I don't know every single nook, every single crevice of this case. I don't need to know every single nook and crevice to talk about it. There are things that I have seen. I know that there's a trial that's taking place right now. Day 19 starts tomorrow. And I really want women's feedback, specifically women. Of course, the men are always invited too. However, I definitely want women's advice and opinion about the things that are of this Lindsey Clancy case, because I find it so deeply nuanced. I can understand everything that's taking place around this case. There is a TikTok trend that's going on called The Same Lindsey, where mothers around the country, mostly saltine women, are galvanizing in solidarity with Lindsey to relate to what is being argued in part to be a 3-part murder of Lindsey's own children at her hand due to strangulation via gym equipment. That is the result of alleged postpartum. My God, today. There is arguments about how the medical system felt Lindsey. We know that all too well when it comes to minority women. My God, today. They're even dragging the goddamn husband. And then there is a huge bundle of America who absolutely hates women's community right now because of what other women are doing as it relates to being Lindsey Clancy apologists. And people are going the fuck in. Saltine men are going in on saltine women. Saltine women are going in on saltine women. I mean, it is off the chain right now. So, I pulled up a lot of stuff. I'm gonna show y'all a lot of stuff that was in my algorithm this morning. That's kind of how I went down the Lindsey Clancy rabbit hole. Is I was minding my business in y'all's two child, and one video turned into goddamn 50. All right, so let's get into it. I'm gonna be dropping the link when we bypass all of the slides, and then anybody who want to come up and have some thoughts about what's happening in this case, baby, because I can only imagine the conversations that can be popped off because of what is taking place in this case. Okay, so this is Lindsey Clancy, a privileged white woman who has a hard-working husband who's there as well. He testified during the trial. She unalived all three of their children. She sent him on a grocery store run while she commits to unaliving their children. Some are arguing that she did everything that she was supposed to do in terms of asking for help, telling medical professionals and psychiatrists that she was having intrusive thoughts, etc. The system failed her, that she basically succumbed to her psychiatric injuries, which resulted in the murder of her children. Now she is withstanding trial for the murder of those children, and it's got America split into a billion pieces. Now, I'm going to read an article from the ABC News. It's titled Lindsey Clancy Trial, What to Know About the Testimony, Postpartum Psychosis, and More. All right? For those of you who also have kind of been living under a rock alongside me. The trial of a Massachusetts woman accused of strangling her three young children to death has captured the public's attention, raising questions around the prosecution of mothers with mental illness and putting a spotlight on a lesser-known mental health condition known as postpartum psychosis. Lindsey Clancy has pleaded not guilty to 3 murder charges in connection with the deaths of her 5-year-old daughter, her 3-year-old son, and her infant son at her family's home in Duxbury, a Boston suburb, on January 24th of 2023. According to prosecutors, the former nurse attempted suicide on the night of her children's deaths, leaving her paralyzed and in a wheelchair. She is currently being held at a state hospital. In opening statements, Clancy's defense attorney said Clancy, now 35, was suffering from psychosis at the time of her children's deaths, arguing that she did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. Quote, every one of those doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum and now is turning into psychosis, said attorney Kevin Reddington, who alleges that Lindsey Clancy was over-medicated at the time of the unalivings. Prosecutors in the case argue that Clancy is criminally responsible for the deaths of her children. Quote, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. Plymouth County Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham said in opening statements, quote, the fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease, or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. Patrick Clancy, Lindsey Clancy's former husband and the father of their 3 children, was the trial's first witness, taking the stand on July the 27th. Patrick Clancy, who has since remarried, testified about returning home from picking up takeout dinner on the night of January 24th of 2023 and finding his then wife on the ground outside a window of their 2-story home, and later finding his 3 children in the basement. My God, today, this poor man. Patrick Clancy also testified about Lindsey Clancy's mental health, saying she experienced mental health issues after the birth of their children, including indicating that at one point she was suicidal and had thoughts about harming their children. He said his then wife struggled with anxiety medication changes, and sleep deprivation, according to ABC Boston affiliate WCVB TV. Patrick Clancy said, though, that on the day of the murders, Lindsey Clancy was having one of her best days. He testified that they exchanged photos of their children making snowmen, doing crafts, and attending a doctor's appointment. Shortly after his children's deaths in 2023, Patrick Clancy said that he forgave Lindsey Clancy, writing in a statement, quote, "My family was the best thing that ever happened to me. I took so much pride in being Lindsey's husband and a dad to Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Our marriage was wonderful and diametrically grew stronger as her condition rapidly worsened," he wrote, without sharing further details on Lindsey Clancy's condition. "I took as much pride in being her husband as I did in being a father, and felt persistently lucky to have her in my life." The trial has drawn attention to the distinction between postpartum psychosis and the more common postpartum depression. What is the difference between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis? Postpartum depression, a depression that occurs after having a baby, affects as many as 1 in 8 women who give birth, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Postpartum psychosis is far less common than postpartum depression. It affects roughly 1 to 2 mothers per 1,000 childbirths, according to estimates from a 2017 systematic review in the journal BMC Psychiatry. What are the symptoms of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis? Symptoms of postpartum depression include withdrawing from loved ones, crying more than usual, feeling worried or very anxious, feeling anger, doubting your ability to take care of your baby, and thinking about harming yourself or your baby, according to the CDC. The symptoms may last for weeks or for months after giving birth and are far more intense and longer lasting than the baby blues that women may experience after giving birth. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis can include delusions or hallucinations that can prompt suicidal or homicidal action, according to the American College of I ain't even gonna try to say that name, girl. The American College of Gynecologists, right? How long after birth can postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis be diagnosed? Symptoms of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis typically begin days to weeks after giving birth, but can last months to a year, according to Medline Plus, an online health resource run by the National Library of Medicine, and the Stat Pearls, an online library available through the National Library of Medicine. How are postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis treated? Postpartum psychosis is considered a psychiatric emergency. According to ACOG, it is a major safety risk for both mother and child, and it requires hospitalization to ensure safety. Treatment includes medications such as mood stabilizers and antidepressants. Y'all, boost, and run the lights all the way up. Treatment options for postpartum depression and psychosis will differ based on the severity and type of symptoms and may include medication options, psychotherapy, and or support groups. In 2019, a drug called Zulresso was approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration as the first ever medication made specifically for women suffering from postpartum depression. Who else is expected to testify? So far, in addition to Patrick Clancy, witnesses called to testify have included first responders who responded to the Clancy home on the night of Lindsey Clancy's suicide attempt, the night the children were unalived, as well as people who interacted with Lindsey Clancy earlier in that day, including a CVS pharmacy employee and a local restaurant hostess. The witness list presented at the start of the trial contained more than 200 names, according to WCVB. The trial is expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. The jury is composed of 12 women and 6 men. What sentence does Lindsey face? If she is found guilty of first-degree murder, Lindsey Clancy faces life in prison without parole, according to the Associated Press. If found not criminally responsible for the 3 murder charges, Lindsey will be sent to a state mental health facility. All right. So they're wavering in between science, mental illness, and competency and sanity. Was she a lunatic or was she sane at the time of this horrific crime? My God, today. Now, I was on Instagram, minding my business, and y'all's too, child, and my algorithm just hit the ground running. So I'm going to show y'all all the slides. They are in no particular chronological order. Y'all just listen and judge. Listen and judge. Listen and judge. Listen and judge. The first clip up is a clip of Lindsey's ex-husband, who was her then husband at the time of these crimes, and an excerpt from his testimony on the stand. Y'all run the likes all the way up. We need all of that. Thank you. Y'all see all these damn tabs across? Baby, they can't be working. Working, child.
What kind of a mother was she? She was very dedicated. She did everything.
I don't know why they put this music over this clip.
Started reading the books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Share Lindsey Clancy's case because, unfortunately, I mean, no one wants to be her right now, like, or her husband. But this would be a defining moment for women if we lean into it, which is we must all support her and what exactly we know happened.
It's so easy for us as a society to say in a troubling case like this, oh my God, she's guilty, throw away the case, put her in jail and just be done with it because it makes everybody feel better.
And we have to educate people for her. Because I would want someone to do that for me. For women to see what's happening, the truth underneath it. And when someone says she murdered her kids, to be like, no, it's not what this is. They murdered her first, not her children. It's the systems, society. No woman kills what she creates. She was a good mom. All the evidence is there.
What kind of...
This is exactly why saltine women always need to stand in solidarity with black and brown women and black women and minority women, because ultimately all women are being failed by the overhead. And the issue with a lot of privileged women like Miss Lindsey here, or even this wonderful saltine woman who is shedding these wonderful saltine tears on behalf of Lindsey, is that privileged women in this system somehow like to deeply separate themselves from the issues of minority women and act like it's them over there, rather than, this is an us issue. And the reality always is that the issues and the maladies within the system hit the people who are the most defenseless first against the system, which are minority people, and then trickle its way upward. And then that's why a lot of minority movements, whether it's the women's equality movement, which was first launched by black and brown women, or whether it's the LGBT movement, which was launched by black and brown queer people, no matter what movement it is, it's always eventually co-opted and hijacked by the privileged community. because they realize that in time, oh, it's only a matter of time. Not that our privilege completely absolves us of being on the receiving end of this fuckery and foolery, but that it's just a matter of time. Our privilege only affords us to be further in the back of the line. There are people who are going to go ahead of us to the slaughterhouse, but that we're all in line nonetheless. And so one of the beautiful things about what's taking place in America with the glass ceiling of the country collapsing on everybody's head top, you know, it's been on our head top as minority people, but now the glass ceiling has fallen, and the shards are slicing and cutting and dicing and unaliving and brutalizing people who aren't used to being touched, people who aren't used to being found out about. Now the American populace as a whole is starting to understand, oh my God, that this was an illusion this whole time. That it was always a matter of time. And now the pseudo sense of security is starting to be reckoned with. And it's finally starting to be addressed now, where people who historically have had a certain type of privilege realize that their privilege is not equivalent to qualified immunity. And it's going to be interesting to see what that revelation and internalization and actuality is going to do in regards to what we create now in place of the illusion of privilege, the illusion of safety that so many have upheld and believed upon and leaned into for so long. My God, today. So there is a revolution due to a revelation that's being confronted finally. And one of the reasons why I really wanted to have this discussion and bring it to the Consciouztv platform and drop the link and have black and brown women and men as well to weigh in on what's going on within this case is because just like they hijack our movement to make things happen for them, well, we play the reverse Uno. And we're going to use the Lindsey Clancy case as a Trojan horse to open up the conversation about what black women have been dealing with in the medical system since eons. Black women are still dealing with the injustices and the negligence of the medical community, both psychiatrically and in medicine, and as it relates to childbirth, and as it relates to social services, and as it relates to the criminal justice system, that all these systems are still completely lopsided. And a lot of times end up being to the detriment of minority women. It's just now saltine women are getting their fair share of examples of what this long-standing issue amongst minority women looks like amongst their women, which is all women. My God. And hopefully saltine women are going to get their Karen on in such a way and pucker up and knuck and buck against the system in such a way and really rip the band-aid off of this shit in such a way that it has a trickle-down effect that can benefit black and brown women. My God, today.
Mother wishes.
Okay, let's continue to look and judge. This is Dr. Phil and his GED talking about postpartum psychosis.
Postpartum psychosis is a rare psychiatric emergency. Let me underline that for you. Emergency. It is an actual psychiatric episode. It's not a mood dip, and it carries elevated risk of both infanticide and maternal suicide when it goes untreated. Now, there are core features: mood instability, disorganized thinking, delusions, auditory hallucinations, impaired reality testing. Immediate hospitalization is required. If you know she's struggling, if you know she's having these thoughts, why would you leave her alone with the children? Can you imagine if a mother was suffering from a psychotic break and you protected the children and her from a tragic outcome like we're seeing here? What a gift you give that mother. What a gift you give those children. It's not something you do to a struggling mother. It's something you do for a struggling mother. Postpartum psychosis is...
I don't know if SB and Hale will make her. The system failed her. She was begging for help and no one was there. I don't know if SB and Hale will make her feel any better, but I mean, she's living in hell right now.
Just wanted to support Lindsey and just say it could be, you know, one of my sister-in-laws, it could be one of my best friends, and it could be me. So we're just here to support.
We are hearing her. We see that she tried everything. And I really do believe that she went into a state of psychosis.
The system failed her. She was begging for help and no one.
Now here's the thing. I'm super reluctant to... I don't want to judge no woman in a situation like this because I don't know what postpartum feels like. I don't know what postpartum depression nor postpartum psychosis feel like. I don't even know what all of the estrogen in a woman's body feels like. But I do feel compelled to make a clear distinction here. I know that it's being argued that Lindsey did everything that she could. She had a psychiatrist. She was on 13 different cocktails of psychiatric drugs ranging from mood stabilizers and antidepressants and everything else. And she had a therapist and she had a husband who she was honest with. And shout out to her for being transparent, because if anything, it definitely allows for her to argue that she was butt naked about her feelings. She wasn't necessarily trying to hide her feelings. She was very open about her affliction and her inner suffering, etc. But one thing that I noticed, that in all that Lindsey did to get herself help as a mother, is that she didn't do the one thing that would have been the most profound of acts of love. And I probably should have saved this for the end, but I'm gonna lay it on now. I'll reiterate it at the end. I noticed she didn't do the one thing that would have been the most profound of acts of love, is she did not remove herself from the situation, and she had the full autonomy to do it. Once Lindsey realized that her mental health was hitting a pivot to the most dangerous levels of consciousness, where self-destruction and murder and a deep desire for relief is, where you want to eliminate everything that causes whatever internal distress that is, Lindsey should have hauled ass. Even if she would have not had the capacity to have a one-off with her husband, she should have left his ass a Dear John letter and said, hey, I am losing my motherfucking mind. I have to go. Leave his ass a letter on the kitchen table and say, I'm going to get myself checked in. I am on the verge of hurting myself deeply, and I'm thinking about hurting all of y'all asses too. I checked myself in. I got to go. That too was available to her. And I think Lindsey probably doesn't think it was available to her, because we live in a system where people conflate attachment with love. And that is so unfortunate. And so, because of the idea of attachment being synonymous to LOVE, is, well, I can't walk away from my children. I can't walk away from my children. When the gag is, ultimately, you walked away from your children by unaliving them. They're no longer here for you to parent. They're no longer here for you to mother. They're no longer here as a responsibility. So if you can live without them forever through unaliving them, you certainly could have lived with removing yourself entirely from their lives while they still remained amongst the living. Because ultimately you prove that you were capable of what you didn't feel you were capable of, which was living without them. Because now you're living without them, when you could have put them in a situation where they could have lived without you instead. Now, she wasn't so goddamn psychosis that she didn't know to not premeditate this. She sent her husband on an errand run. She had designated gym equipment that she used to take the lives of each child with. This was something that was meticulously and methodically planned out. Typically, delusions don't play out that way. And then she tried to take her own life afterwards. Baby, you could have took your own life first and left the babies to be cared by their biological father and the woman that he would then go and remarry. There was a stepmother waiting and willing for the role. Lindsey had a lot of options in this situation. She entertained the worst, most afflicting, demonic version of all of the options, which was to claim these children's lives, when she could have easily and practically just left the family. Even if she didn't check herself into any facility, etc., she could have just left. A lot of women have peeled off and left their children behind to be raised by the daddy, to be raised by the grandparents, to be raised by an orphanage. Just drop children off at the front of the hospital and hit it. Leave their ass at the daycare, never to see mommy ass again. There were a lot of more viable options than the most heinous one that was entertained, that was executed upon. For Lindsey to have taken her children's lives and then tried to take her own and ironically failed at it, that makes me entertain whether she believes that her children were a burden and she didn't want to leave them as a burden to anyone else, including their own dad. Because if you were just going to take your own life too, what was the point of taking theirs? They weren't unhappy. The babies weren't miserable. The babies were being well taken care of up to that point. And baby, let's not get on the men, because the husband is being dragged to hell for failing her too. And once again, I don't know everything there is about this case. I don't know what the father did after he became aware that his wife was having suicidal feelings and maybe feelings of hurting and harming the kids, etc. Because, oh my God, she would have never seen them goddamn children again had I been the goddamn dad. But I would also be very unrealistic if I expected anything more out of men who are already very emotionally checked the fuck out and have no idea what anybody is ever talking about when people are talking about their feelings. Okay? So I can just only imagine that he was a typical left brain, uh, emotionally immature man in the sense of just thinking that mom is just stressed the fuck out. Of course, you would never hurt our children. How preposterous, how dramatic, how outlandish. There is nothing in Lindsey that would be capable of such extremity. I mean, after all, we do have a 5-year-old here. We have children that, you know, she's cared for successfully up to this point. She's just going through typical women blues and etc. She'll be fine. I will do everything in my power to just be more supportive, make sure that I'm more attentive, etc. Da 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 da. You know, played down the situation, not really understanding the full severity of the issue, even though if I was him, you know, it's one thing if your woman is a little depressed and she's having some very, very bizarre feelings and thoughts. But then when you bring it kind of all into totality, where you not only have a depressed wife, but she's on 13 different medications, has a therapist and a psychiatrist, bitch. Ah, that's a whole production that you might want to keep your eye on. Like, your woman is in grave danger, baby. However, it still speaks to how deftone men can be when it comes to emotional availability and being able to relate and to respond accordingly, even to the most extreme of emotional distress. Because if I'm being honest, I don't know any man who probably would have done anything any differently. And I find that to be very unfortunate. This is why on this platform we always go in on socialization. This is why on this platform we always go in on the patriarchy and how it handicaps men as well. It handicaps men when it comes to emotional intimacy and vulnerability. It affects men and their ability to have heart-to-hearts and difficult conversations, and to also be able to understand the emotional range of somebody who identifies more in the feminine of energy, etc. This is why we have books and concepts like men are from Mars and women are from motherfucking Venus. Okay, that men are Martians and women are Earthlings. Because the socialization separates and divides up the genders in such a goddamn way that there isn't really anything they can come successfully together and do but fucking procreate. Everything else ends up as circumstances and terms to be divorced for, which is why the divorce rate is so goddamn high in this country. But ultimately, Lindsey is responsible because she was aware of her internal reality entirely. And she was the only one who had full access to the way she was experiencing herself, the way she was experiencing her own mind. And she made a lot of proactive, she took a lot of proactive actions leading up to this moment, trying to get help, being honest with everybody, her medical providers, etc. And in that, that's why she bears full responsibility, because unaliving your children was an option. It wasn't a necessity. It wasn't the only way out. It wasn't the only resolve here. Lindsey could have left her family if that's what it meant to help them. If that's what it meant to keep them safe, it's by leaving altogether, even never to be seen again. That would have been an act of love. sometimes the most loving thing that you can do for a situation is to leave that situation before you become a problem in that situation. Staying around knowing that you're losing your mind, losing yourself, and then acting on the worst of human impulses, and then using the excuse of stress when you had the option to let go, as difficult as that would have been, when you had the option to leave, as difficult as that would have been, when you had the option to separate yourself, as difficult as that would have been. Difficult don't mean impossible, it just means difficult. And if that's what it would have took for her children to remain safe and sound, is for her not to be in their lives at all, that is the loving gesture she could have acted upon. She took their lives instead and traumatized her husband and traumatized the family members around those children, and further traumatized her own goddamn self. Because I can guarantee you, baby, the guilt of being an absent mom would be very different from the guilt of being a mother who unalived and savagely murdered all three of her goddamn children. Baby, there's a lesser of the two evils in that equation. And I would have much rather have been an absent mother than to be a one who is convicted of murdering all three of her children. My God.
He's there. I don't know if us being here will make her feel any better, but I mean, she's living in hell right now. Just wanted to support Lindsey and just say it could be, you know, one of my sister-in-laws, it could be one of my best friends, and it could be me. So just here to support.
We are hearing her. We see that she tried everything. And I really do believe that she went into a state of psychosis.
The system failed her.
The system failed her.
The women who are out front of the courtroom right now, dressed in pink, in a show of support for Lindsey Clancy, who are making this some sort of cause, I find that completely abhorrent. There are 3 children who are dead right now, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, and you don't see a single woman out there expressing any show of sympathy for the children who were murdered. You know, I thought about those children. My son is 1-year-old. He was just a few months older than Callan when he was strangled to death. And I thought about those children and how they must have felt in their last moments, how they must have been so scared, how they must have been so confused because the woman who was supposed to be their protector was strangling them to death. So, you know, to Josh's point, to be quite frank, I don't actually care if she was in a state of psychosis. That's completely, it doesn't mean anything to me because the law is clear. People have to face accountability for their crimes. And I've been entirely consistent on this issue, whether it was Irina Zarutsa's killer, who was also probably clinically insane. I still think that he should go to jail and suffer for what he did. The problem with our criminal justice system right now is that it's so overly focused on rehabilitation that we've also lost sight of the fact that it's meant to be for punishment.
And I completely fundamentally disagree with her right here. She wants punishment in a system that's already broken, trying to deal with a people who are broken. And what she said is historically just not true. The criminal justice system overly fixates on punishment rather than rehabilitation. If the system, if our healthcare system, if our criminal justice system actually focused on rehabilitation, we wouldn't be in this predicament right now. Repeat offenders would not be a thing. So I don't know where her stats come from, or where her perception is informed by, but the system does not overly specialize in rehabilitation. It's the complete opposite. The system is capitalistic. The criminal justice system is nothing more than a glamorized version of human trafficking. There's no difference between a ICE facility and the prison system. And because the prison system does not actually mandate rehabilitation and does not structure itself for rehabilitation, but simply hoards human beings under the guise of free labor and capitalism and private equity, it doesn't actually end up benefiting any one community. Not to mention that the same crimes that are being committed outwardly in the world are being committed within the prison system as well. Drug trafficking, sexual abuse, murder, fraud, etc. There's no difference between the streets and the prison system. They're one and the same. I'm an abolitionist. So, yes, for me, I wish and prefer and salivate and fantasize at a system that is centered around rehabilitation, and that all systems would revolve around rehabilitation. Because we know through the minority community how many of these systems need to be rehabilitating and provide the type of structure that allows for people's health to thrive, that allows for communities to thrive in economics, to thrive in politics, to thrive in education. But because the system is corrupted, it's racist, it's sexist, it's classist, it's capitalistic and transactional in that way. The system includes everybody, even though it's not for everybody. We would not have a Lindsey Clancy or any of the other cases if the system's priority was about rehabilitation, and it should be, because that's how you eliminate systemic issues. That's how you eliminate and dwindle statistics. It's how you change a narrative and a reality on communities. It's by focusing on upliftment, Head Start, and rehabilitation. But the problem is that America is so filled with people who feel just like she does. Punishment, punishment, punishment. How does trauma on top of trauma help anybody? You do realize that these people oftentimes are going to be free at some point in time. You do realize that prison is just another traumatic experience. So you're coming from trauma and you're going into organized trauma. Because all prison is a big ass RICO. That's why you still got drug lords in the prison system running the outward world. You still got rapists and murderers who are still victimizing people within those prison walls. From COs to other inmates, making prison wives out of other men and women, etc. Punishment. When we think about punishment, what the fuck is the long-term effect of punishment? I would most certainly prefer rehabilitation over punishment. with punishment, there's no interest in the causation of the very thing that you want held accountable and punished. And the problem with overlooking the causation, which is why this is a system that doesn't like to talk about what created pedophilia, just punish the pedophilia. What causes theft, fraud, murder, rape, etc. Just punish, 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 is that we learn nothing about the phenomenon. Whether that phenomenon is in part systemic and environmental, psychological, metaphysical, whatever it is, when you focus on punishment, you don't get to the why. What is this thing? And the problem with living in a world that doesn't care about the why and what this is, more so than punishing that which is that you leave all this void and empty space for said phenomenon to continue to fester and grow and sustain itself, because nobody's dealing with the source of the issue. You only end up creating a system where new souls are being born and from pussy to prison pipeline is established. Straight from the pussy to the prison pipeline, because you don't want to deal in the why. You're so polarized by what has happened that you think the what is the goal. I would more so say the why is the real goal. And if we specialize in the why and dealt in the reforming of the why and resolving the why and healing up the why, that we will probably be living in a much better fucking world today. By majoring in the why, more so in the what, and how the what needs to be hammered and beat down and punished.
As well. People actually do need to be punished for their crimes. And that's important as a civilizational standard, because our criminal justice system rests.
Now, the interesting thing about her using civil and punishment all in the same sentence, what an oxymoron.
On the belief that the people who violate our laws will be punished, and that the necessary punishments will be doled out by the state and not by the aggrieved. If it cannot do that in this case or in others, we have a much bigger sign of moral collapse. The women who are out front of the courtroom.
Okay, and the alternative here is that if Lindsey is not found liable for a criminal homicide, that she will be thrown into a psychiatric facility for the rest of her life. I think that that's also just. And I think that her ass needs to be evaluated, and scientists need to learn as much as they can about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, since this is something that females and those capable of birthing may find themselves dealing with in the onslaught of giving birth. I think that research and those studies save more people, and that situations like this, yes, they exist individually, but they also have the potential, if dealt with properly, to actually save a lot of unsuspecting potential victims in the future who may find themselves in a Lindsey Clancy scenario, dealing with a concoction of systemic issues in the medical system, postpartum, God knows what, depression or psychosis, the inability of community, aka her family, aka her husband, to recognize the severity of these type of emotional plights and not just run them off or chuck them up or chuck them off as just somebody having a bad day or going through the blues or a short bout with dissatisfaction and depression. There's a lot of moving parts in this shit that are significant and that definitely need attention brought to them. And then the moral question comes down to, should Lindsey do time for what may have been a medical emergency, aka postpartum psychosis? Well, what I know about psychosis and hallucinations is that hallucinations and psychosis are disorganized, kind of like that of what happened to Perez Hilton. It's not something, it's not a state of consciousness in which you have access to organized thinking. It's disruptive, it's glitchy, it's sporadic, it's inconsistent. So that's where Lindsey's problem is going to be in arguing that she experienced about a psychosis. But she planned this thing out meticulously, including successfully getting her husband out of the house so that she could commit to hurting her children. That's not really how psychosis operates. Nonetheless, let's listen to Bangs.
It is so rare in society that we are given these opportunities. But every once in a while, every once in a blue moon, a chance comes around, a perfect litmus test to identify all of the weirdos around you. A simple yes or no question that can tell you everything you need to know about a person within seconds of meeting them. And that is, do you support Lindsey Clancy? And if the answer is yes, game over. Men, dating is practically done for you. You're gonna have to ask this question at every first date. And if she even does a, well, run, this trial has genuinely made me care less about women's mental health. And I say that as a person who was truly, truly on the edge postpartum. I just find myself not caring as much anymore. So congratulations, you guys had the opposite effect of what you were all intending. You're making everyone hate women. They're going to take away our right to vote. They're going to take away our SSRIs. It's over. So thanks. It is so rare.
Okay. She says, shall. Y'all even making women hate women.
You lost the plot with me because you guys stand for nothing. I am sick and tired of seeing every excuse made under the sun for this sick and twisted woman. This is Lindsey and Patrick Clancy, and they had these 3 beautiful children, okay? One was a mother that was apparently dealing with postpartum psychosis, and the other one was a father that was trying to provide for his children, and he was just slightly clueless. I'll give you that. Despite the fact that Lindsey is the one that murdered her 3 children, all of the women on the internet are raging after Patrick. And do you want to know how she killed her children?
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Black exercise band found with Cora. Then the blue exercise band found with Callan.
Asphyxiation is an incredibly painful and slow death, which she put all 3 of her children through. In order to understand why these women are blaming Patrick, apart from the fact that they can never hold a woman accountable, you have to understand what postpartum psychosis is. It's not just a mood dip that happens for a couple of months. It is a hallucinations. It is intrusive thoughts. It is a complete disconnect from reality, and it requires immediate hospitalization. But women are blaming the husband for this reason.
That she had thoughts of harming the kids, is that correct? Yeah. And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids? No. And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct? Correct. Did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
And I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Because the husband wasn't able to predict a very awful thing that was going to happen, he is therefore somehow responsible. I mean, the comments are all over social media. The medical professionals that she was seeing should have instructed the husband, hey, the moment she's expressed this to you, you need to not leave her alone with the children. They also should have hospitalized her, and they didn't. Women are just blaming him. I mean, look at some of these videos. Give me a goddamn break, please. If that doesn't scream touch grass louder than anything else, I don't know what does. Now, the defense is claiming that no, she wasn't facing any type of psychosis because, again, a psychosis is a moment, and they believe that she actually planned this because he divorced her. There's one thing that people who face any type of mental psychosis, they all have one thing in common, and that thing is that they don't try to cover up their crime because in their mind they didn't do anything wrong. Despite there not being yet enough evidence to suggest that she actually was experiencing a psychosis, women on social media are demanding for her release because it's easier to blame a man than admit that a woman is evil. Feminism has...
Ooh, child, when I tell you, baby, people are on women's community ass, my God.
Okay, maybe she killed her child, but men don't understand how bad postpartum depression can be, and there needs to be sympathy and empathy for her.
She killed 3 infants. Where is the sympathy and empathy for the infants?
Postpartum depression is a psychosis, and it needs to be empathized with.
Okay, what about the people with mental health problems that shoot up schools or become terrorists? Do you think we should have empathy for them?
That is a separate issue. That is gun control. Right now, we are talking about the patriarchy oppressing a woman.
The infants are the ones that got killed. I mean, what oppression are you talking about? Do you know that there are mothers on TikTok that are confidently posting videos of themselves carrying their own children and saying that they relate to Lindsey? Do you know how dark and sadistic that is? I mean, what are you talking about?
It's not about the babies. It's about the fact that the husband was neglectful and pushed her wife into doing such a...
Her husband took a 12-week paternity leave, hired a nanny, saw that wasn't enough, so moved his work to his home so that he could work from home and help with the babies. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe she killed her child, but men...
My God. Y'all run the lights all the way up.
Now, I'm so tired of watching women make every excuse in the book for Lindsey Clancy. She strangled her 3 babies with exercise bands, Cora, Dawson, and baby Callan, and somehow the conversation keeps turning into she's the victim? The system failed her. Her husband failed her. The doctors over-medicated her. Hormones are just so powerful, you don't get it. Bullshit. She is the one who put the bands around their necks and held them until they stopped breathing. Those kids are not secondary characters in her trauma story. They are dead because of what she did. And let's get real for a second, because if a man had done this exact same thing, nobody would be out here calling him a poor, misunderstood victim of hormones with a broken healthcare system. No, we would all be calling him a monster. End of discussion. But the second that it's a mother, half the internet loses its mind trying to explain away the bodies. And here's the part that half of the internet doesn't want to say out loud. Because according to the actual government numbers, about 52% of confirmed child abuse and neglect predators in this country are women.
Now, I did not motherfucking know that. I know that men have the higher rates when it comes to SA against children. But I did not know that the overall statistics for overall abuse and neglect falls more on women than on men. 52% of women compared to 48% of men are most often the abuser. Now, both of those numbers are completely fucking disgusting and are way too high, and the fact that men and women are running practically neck to neck is in fucking insane, because the number should be 0. And what this tells me is that almost nobody should be goddamn parents. I'm not really surprised at that, because I also, too, on this platform constantly talk about lucid parenting, something that I don't see a lot of in this country. And given how problematic and toxic a lot of the culture, the ideology, and the overall system is, I'm not surprised that the people who inherit the American system, as toxic as the system is, also end up being toxic friends, toxic wives and husbands, and toxic goddamn parents. Because one thing is a reflection of another thing that becomes a reflection of another thing.
More women do this than men to children. Mothers are listed as a danger to their children more often than fathers. And you can't claim postpartum psychosis or hormones for the majority of those cases. That condition is rare. The numbers are not. So I don't know about y'all, but when I see a woman rushing in to defend the woman who killed her kids instead of the kids that she killed, I am disgusted. As a woman, as a mother, you are not being compassionate. You are being weak. And you are proving exactly why personal responsibility still matters more than feelings. Because 3 children are in the ground and she put them there. Everything else is just noise. This was not fun. You women are vile. Have a day.
My God.
Did she murder 3 of her children? Yes. Do I think she should go to prison for it? No, probably not. Police wants her to go to prison for murdering her children. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Murdered her 3 children. She strangled them all with exercise bands. As that it was premeditated, that she intentionally sent her husband out of the house, mapped out how long he was going to be gone, and used that opportunity to commit these murders and then tried unsuccessfully to...
What? This lady took the life of her children. 3 children. And white liberal women say, no fault, no problem. She was going through postpartum. Are you kidding me right now? Are you really? Is this serious? This lady has a PhD. This lady that took the life of her children should go to death row. The way white liberal women make excuses, postpartum. No, go to jail for life. How's this real?
Did she murder 3 of her... Stop thinking about these kids as people and think about them as ceramic vases for just one...
No, actually, no, we will not be doing that. Actually, I think I speak for everybody here.
Stop thinking about these kids as people and think about them...
Stop moving the goalpost, a golden lady. It's about women today. Stay on the women. Don't come to an AIDS conversation focused on cancer. Okay? The country is critiquing postpartum. They're critiquing personal agency. They're critiquing mothers who unalive their children under the guise of stress and not getting any help. We definitely, as a community, stay on the father's necks. Today, the conversation is about women and all of that complexity.
As ceramic vases for just one...
No, actually, no, we will not be doing that. Actually, I think...
Well, she didn't just say that they were a danger. The statistics prove that women overall commit more overall abuse and neglect of the children than fathers. If a father is absent, then he's not committing any abuse. He's absent from the scenario as a whole. So any emotional harm, physical harm that's being done is going to be assigned to those who are in place and taking responsibility for said children.
I speak for everybody here.
Stop thinking about these kids as people and think about them...
I can see where the men come into play at in those statistics, but that does not denote the issue of this case here, those numbers, and hell, you can see even in the Lindsey situation, she had a husband. She had a working husband. She had a husband who did everything that he thought humanly possible to help his wife. or work at home, maternity leave, got a nanny, the whole nine, and yet the mother still commits to harming her children. So it's not also a fact that if men were involved, that all of a sudden the rate in which women abuse their children would just go all the way down. A woman harmed her children despite having a man in the house.
As ceramic vases for just one.
No.
So
any productive conversation always has to come at holding each party accountable. But I feel like what's more important with this Lindsey case is to talk about all of the systems, because this is even bigger than men. Men cannot treat you medically. If women are experiencing medical issues that can possibly contribute to impaired judgment, that can influence their choices, that's outside of the range of a man's qualification, because that is a biochemical issue. This woman being on 13 different cocktails of medicine. And being honest with her medical providers. And she didn't experience any of this until she had birth. So I guess their last child. Oh, that's a whole thing all by itself. And once again, she had a husband. But when you have a mental and or a chemical, hormonal, biochemical situation that's popping off, you can't have enough community, whether that's in the form of a husband, in the form of a soulmate, in the form of a family, friends, etc., that can keep that at bay. So then it brings into question, did the system fail her? Now, some may argue that because she was on 13 different medications, the system was attempting to do what the system is designed to do. They were administering the mood stabilizers, they were administering the medicines that hopefully could wrinkle some of this affliction out in Miss Lindsey, etc. This is a very nuanced issue. But if there are women who have issues with women being held accountable, then that's a conversation too. Because why is that? Why is it that some women have an issue when it comes to a conversation around the role that women play in issues, in violence, in harm? Because now you got even the women on top of women's necks who are like, look, I'm team woman, but I can't take this shit. Now, I do think some of the feedback from both sides, I understand so there's a group on TikTok that's trending the same Lindsey, which are women galvanizing under the circumstance with Lindsey to show some sense of solidarity and relatability, because they truly believe that she was a victim of extraordinary conditions. And they're Team Lindsey. And then you have the opposite of that team, which is, fuck that bitch, may she rot in hell, throw the keys away. I understand both. And I think that both are extreme. I think that the team supporting Lindsey, I think they need to be very careful in the way they're using the Lindsey Clancy case to bring awareness to the fact that what large chunks of women are basically stating is that they can relate to the feeling of being alone, being misunderstood, being abandoned emotionally. Now, using the Lindsey case, which is polarizing because 3 innocent children lost their lives, may not be the best situation to open up that conversation, which is a real conversation. Women are living within a patriarchy. Women are largely misrepresented, misunderstood, cited as the emotionally irrational sex. That's why women shouldn't be in power, and women shouldn't lead, and women shouldn't, and women are so, women are so, women are so. That's abusive rhetoric. It's slanderous. And it's got fire. It's got fuel added to it by also a group that has no idea what it's like to walk in a woman's shoes. And instead of honestly listening to understand, the other group, the men's group, chooses to put judgment on women's capacity for emotional range, chooses to put judgment on things that are also exacerbated in women emotionally due to systemic issues, not even because of how women are naturally and organically. And so I definitely understand what the Team Lindsey women are trying to do via using Lindsey. But I do think this situation is too extreme. Even though it has all the elements that need to be addressed, which is why I understand why it's being used. Address the medical end, the interpersonal end. All of the ends are layered up in the situation, but because 3 kids died, there's going to be huge scores of people who are not going to be able to compartmentalize this case to deal with all the other elements that can be argued that can lead to the outcome of a Lindsey Clancy, because it's just too polarizing, and people feel like to do that they would be supporting Lindsey, because most people don't have the ability to compartmentalize and separate Lindsey from the point, to separate Lindsey from the plight, because we do live in a very dense, anti-intellectual society that does not have a lot of emotional availability or emotional intelligence, definitely are not intellectuals. So people can't do all of that cartwheeling and backflipping. So now they're raging against the women who are trying to use the Lindsey case as a point around how women overall are commonly and generally neglected in this system by their partners, by the system at large, and then only want to do something when a woman finally succumbs to all of those inconsistencies and injustices, and then wants to play judge to the end result. But then you got the opposite group, who go into the extreme too, and not compartmentalizing. Because yes, 3 children were unalived, That's something that has to be dealt with in this. But to the other side's point, that's not all that's happening in this case either. There's a lot of other issues that are important that need to be dealt with, that everyday women who have not done what Lindsey has done yet are experiencing, that could possibly lead to women. Because we do have a growing number of women. I told y'all before, every day in my algorithm, some woman done unalive her children. Some woman done murdered her children. Some woman done committed some type of heinous ass crime to her baby or babies. It's scary. It's heart-wrenching. And you know, I'm all for prevention. So the question becomes, how the fuck do we prevent this? But you gotta be willing to listen and understand what the fuck informs these type of outcomes, to understand what the fuck we need to be speaking to, what we need to be emphasizing, etc. So I see both groups as extreme, but I do understand what both groups are trying to communicate and what they're caught up in at the same time.
To be honest, when I saw the Lindsey Clancy case, I thought pretty cut and dry. She sent her husband on an errand and then killed her 3 children. Death penalty. And then I saw about half the women on the internet coming to her defense, and I thought, okay, is there something I'm missing here? So I asked my wife what she thought. And my wife, who's a very reasonable and rational woman, said, well, if you look at her diary entries, there's a reason why a lot of women can sympathize with the feeling of being overwhelmed or failing as a wife and a mother, because your hormones can go nuts after having kids. When you also look at the various medical providers she had and the fact that she was on a strange cocktail of 13 different types.
And I also want to make clear, Famika says that when she had postpartum, she didn't think of unaliving her child. Postpartum is not a universal experience. So also be careful when not using your situation and your experience of postpartum as a way to blanket that experience across the board for all women. And they're also not arguing that she simply suffered postpartum depression, but more so postpartum psychosis, which probably is not going to be held up because Lindsey was very methodical and very calculated in the way she went about unaliving her children. So that probably is going to be held up. But postpartum can be grueling, and everybody experiences their own degree of that. For others, yes, they wanted to harm themselves. They wanted to harm other people. That's how dark things got for them. It completely exposed them to that void and to that abyss within human consciousness and vacuum them in. I have women in my life as well who have experienced postpartum depression specifically. And it's definitely something that I sympathize toward, and that I definitely do not wish on all women. But postpartum depression hits every woman very differently. So yeah.
Of drugs, from antidepressants to mood stabilizers, etc., you can also suggest that that's probably a bad thing and something to consider. However, this is the part where my wife is a reasonable and rational person. She still sent her husband on an error while she systematically strangled the life out of her 3 children, and that's evil and deserves to be punished. So one can have sympathy for these other things while still making sure that the preponderance of your sympathy goes to the children who were murdered. By the way, for the women out there that think the husband actually did it, because after all, he's a Gemini and we all know how they are, yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. In fact, you probably shouldn't be allowed to walk outside without a helmet.
My God. All right, on to the next. America sounding off.
I have people in my comments and in my DMs wishing that I would get severe, debilitating depression because of my last post. And if you missed it, it was pretty basic and just like common sense, because that's what we do around here. But some of you women need to be like just clinically studied at this point. Y'all are defending men in women's spaces, defending Islam, which gives women zero rights, can't even define what a woman is anymore. And now we have Lindsey Clancy fan clubs. Like, I'm just asking, like, are y'all okay? Like, genuinely, are y'all okay? I am starting to see why people are saying that we should repeal the 19th Amendment, because y'all are unwell. I have people in...
And let's be clear about who made women unwell. That would be men. Because we're also not going to act like women's issues exist independently or in a vacuum in a whole world that has globally and historically been patriarchal. Moving along.
I went through my pregnancy by myself. I was in labor by myself. Had my baby, moved into a brand new apartment, and took care of her by myself. When she was 3 months, she got sick and was in the hospital for 5 months, and I was there with her by myself. Guess who woke up and seen another day? I took that shit out on my closet doors. I took that out on my mom and my dad, the only 2 people right there helping me. But I never took it out on my kid though. See, nothing ever possessed me to hurt her, to drop her off somewhere in front of somebody's doorstep. Hell, leave her and my goddamn self. I just run the fuck away. Anybody defending that woman needs to get investigated. They need to get them children taken away or something. I went through my pregnancy by myself.
I see somebody in the comment section saying, this is so tone deaf, my God, today. So people are really all over the place when it comes to their feelings and attitude about the situation. This is definitely a situation where you don't have women unanimously agreeing. You don't have men unanimously agreeing. You have people who have all variations of thought and perception about the Lindsey Clancy case.
Clancy case is a perfect example of how dishonest the majority of women's logic operates. First, Lindsey Clancy never told her husband that she had murderous thoughts about her children. She received daycare services, he took paternity leave to support her, they had a nanny, and despite all of this, women have overwhelmingly decided to blame her husband for her strangling her 3 children, including her 8-month-old infant. She Googled it. She planned it. He was confirmed to have been at a pharmacy picking up medicine and groceries upon her request. Women are overwhelmingly identifying with a woman who murdered her 3 children, saying they understand her, saying mental health awareness, even though she had like 4 psychiatrists. But these are the same women who overwhelmingly condemned Sydney Sweeney as the second coming of Hitler over a Gene commercial. Women will sooner give the death penalty to a blonde with big boobs than a baby killer. Lindsey Clancy case...
My God.
Okay, so listen. We have to talk about this. I look at this Lindsey Clancy story and I just cannot help but to keep asking myself, where was her community? Here was a woman who was clearly struggling mentally, and yet she was still a mother. She was still responsible for her children. She's still expected to keep functioning while she was literally falling apart. And her story is extreme and a heartbreaking situation, but it made me think about something that is all too familiar for so many women. Who takes care of the woman who cares for everybody? Nobody tells young women the real deal about marriage. They tell us about finding a husband, finding a beautiful home, having a beautiful wedding, building a family, and growing old together. But nobody tells you how easy it is for the woman to become the default parent for everything, person for everything. You have to know when the homework due, the doctor's appointment, when the kid's shoes too small, when practice starts, When school start? What school supplies? If the house running out of toothpaste, toilet paper. What's for dinner? All of that is on mom.
I don't think that her talking points fit this particular situation, because we're talking about a woman that had a present husband who, once again, went on maternity leave, who worked from home to help his wife, who got a nanny, etc. So this woman had all of that community. She had a bundle of doctors, etc. So this was not, like a single mom on her own, no resources, no help, etc. So
after years of carrying that kind of mental load, women are just tired, and some become very resentful, and sometimes others are struggling because everybody in the house is depending on you. I think that this is a conversation that we should start having, because I know I'm not the only wife who is looking at this lady's story and then looking at your life like, wait, hold on, wait a minute. When did all this become my responsibility? When is there time for mental downtime? When is there time for you to just let go of the responsibilities and not have any guilt behind you just putting it down? I'm just saying, I think it's a conversation we should have, because I think young women should engage in this conversation, because so many of them are just hell bent on, I want to be a wife, I want to be a stay-at-home mom, when you don't even know the responsibility that comes with that. And I'm not saying it's all negative. I'm not saying that. But there are real world conversations that should be had around this. Period, point blank. And if this upsets anybody, I'm sorry, but these are my thoughts. Peace.
I do think it's a great conversation opener for women to discuss with other women how to be. Not what to simply just choose in life. A husband, house, etc. But how to actually be. And I think that as a whole, collectively, and I always say this on the platform, I think that bringing children into the world is probably the most sacred and most extreme thing any one person can do. I think it comes with a level of presence and accountability, and comes with a level of laboring that cannot be compared really to anything else but the direct experience. And I think that some of to this lady's point, some of the ring around the rosy, flamboyant, poeticizing of being parents, being a father and a mother, are kind of played down by the over romanticism of having children. And I think that can leave a deficit, and that can handicap people in their understanding of the power and the change in outward and inner reality that comes with growing a family. And I think for women, on top of that, yes, there needs to be a deep understanding on their part about how pregnancy may impact them mentally, emotionally, and biologically. I don't know a lot of women who have had those conversations been given to them, not even by their doctors and or by even the women in their family. I got hiccups, y'all. I know women whose whole facial structures have changed. Their whole physiological appearance has changed. I know a women who a pregnancy aged it through their their entire biology off. Obviously, a woman can die as well from childbirth. The aftermath of it, the direct, immediate experience of giving birth can be fatal. This is a deep thing, and I don't think that a pregnancy in the modern world is talked about with the level of depth that it requires and that is necessary. I don't think that the conversations around the way that this changes your life socially and mentally and spiritually is talked about at the level of depth that it requires and is necessary. I hate how the culture almost like it cheapens every conversation. It cheapens every topic it cheapens. And I hate that GMO ass, Hallmark, Dollar General ass, discounted conversation about almost any given topic that we have as a culture. Because none of these topics, whether it's pregnancy, childbirth, being parents, falling in love, whether it's spirituality, whether it's sexuality, whether it's gender, is never spoken about at the level of depth and intellectual fortitude necessary for people to be fully informed and empowered with the inner and understanding that these topics come loaded with. We leave so much information off of the table just to condense shit for the sake of being practical and black and white and simplistic. And I think that that's doing us more of a disservice as a body of people than anything else. Y'all want them likes up.
The thing that scares me the most about the Lindsey Clancy case is the fact that I see women like her every single day in my office. Now, to be clear, that doesn't mean they're experiencing the psychotic episode or event that she did. But before she started having psychosis, she had extreme racing thoughts, anxiety, insomnia, guilt, intrusive thoughts. She was also described as type A, high-achieving, perfectionistic people pleaser, which is like every single woman who walks through my doors. Listening to her diary entries was as if I was listening to a client sitting across from me on my couch. I've heard it time and time again. Now, that does not necessarily mean that everybody with postpartum anxiety and an OCD will experience psychosis. This was a very rare case, but a serious and extreme medical emergency. The fact that the prosecution, shame on you, is painting Lindsey Clancy as, or trying to, you're doing a shitty job, by the way, trying to paint Lindsey as controlling, manipulative, and med-seeking is disgusting. Because what you're doing is using language that perpetuates the stigma surrounding severe mental health crisis. Miss DA or prosecutor or whatever, if you knew anything about mental health and psychiatric disorders or postpartum psychiatric disorders, you would know that control is a symptom of anxiety. It's not controlling. You would also know if you're calling her manipulative and that she wasn't really as sick. Girl, who do you know that is high-achieving, perfectionistic, people-pleasing, somebody who is well-known in her community that would walk around looking like she was experiencing the shit that she was? Most of these women mask. Most of these women say they're fine. So I don't want to hear that she didn't look sick. And by the way, you're just pissing off a whole lot of women in this country. So keep at it. I actually find it kind of amusing, even though I'm sick to my stomach over the way that you are talking about mental health and psychiatric treatment, especially when it comes to postpartum women. So thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
My God. Y'all want them likes up.
So at any given moment, you can open this app and find hundreds of videos of women holding their beautiful babies, saying that we all could have been Lindsey Clancy. So what you're telling me is because of a failed medical system, let's grant you, like the entire medical system failed her, everybody failed her, all of society failed her husband failed her. Let's grant you all of that. You're saying that if you don't get exactly what you need at all times, you're just like on the verge of killing your children? What is this, some type of hostage situation? You have to fulfill all my needs. Society has to fulfill all of my needs perfectly, or else any of us could have strangled all 3 children in cold blood. I just wonder how much empathy they would have for her if they saw what actually took place, how she calculated and planned for her husband to leave the home. She took exercise bands, wrapped them around her baby's neck, held it for minutes, and did this with each one of her children. I wonder how much empathy that they would have for her if they actually saw this. Is it so much to ask for women to have empathy for their own children? The abortion debate, the only people that women ever have empathy for, that feminists ever have empathy for, is the mother. Why is there never empathy for the innocent human life in the womb or outside of the womb? I can just predict that in future abortion conversations, Lindsey Clancy is going to be brought up as an example for why we need abortion. If we don't kill him now, well, motherhood is really hard, so we might actually kill him later. So at any given moment, you...
I kind of have a mixed response about her points, because it's like on one hand, I think that a lot of us speak from a place of privilege when we obnoxiously say things like, oh, so you're saying that if I don't get my needs met, I'm going to act this way. The sad reality to that probably is yes. If most people cannot provide adequate food for their families, they're going to resort to survival crimes by maybe robbing someone or stealing from a store or committing some type of fraud. That yes, a lot of people who say this are speaking from a place of privilege because they're not under the grueling circumstances that would potentially strip them of their humanity and reduce them to doing things that ultimately they may be ashamed of, or hell, that may even be destructive in nature, because we see that so often. Most crimes being committed in this country could probably be argued to be survival based, whether it be theft or robbery or gang violence, etc. That this is all birthed out of an attempt to rectify the tension within one's reality, and that if these circumstances that some people are under were not there, that people would yield to better decision making. Especially within that same system, we're also told by medical professionals how stress impairs people's judgment, that when you're in a state of stress, you make fucked up ass decisions. So then imagine that yes, your external is stressful, but then you also have something biochemical possibly also contributing to and collaborating with said stress, and then goes kaboom. And I do have a lot of empathy when it comes to people who do like extraordinary shit, like that is far beyond my personal pay grade. Like, oh, I wouldn't, but just because I wouldn't, bitch, don't mean that you wouldn't or somebody else would not. Because I think that there's a lot of things that both seen and are unseen that inform the way we behave, both under healthy circumstances and unhealthy circumstances. Is it true that all people would still be the highest version of themselves if they had to fight for their fucking lives and they had all of the foundation of their stability ripped from them, and they would still be the high moral, high earning, high behaving, high functioning people that they are when everything is together? No, of course that's not true. That everybody would fall prey to their intrusive self. But it's also not true that all people would not. Because some people absolutely absolutely would. And this is why we have to attack systems. We have to address maladies within systems. We have to attack uh, disparities within systems, etc. Because these variables do contribute to not only the quality of our lives, but in the quality of our lives contributes to us being healthy people who make healthy decisions. Because when people are getting what they need, they behave better, they function better, they feel better, they think better, therefore they do better. This is why I'm an abolitionist to begin with, because for me, in my personal worldview, just like Jesus's personal worldview, I see that most bad human behavior is due largely to a systemic issue. This is why Yahshua would oftentimes put his foot on the neck of the systems rather than on people. Just like when they brought the adulteress, Christ was like, there's supposed to be a man here. There's supposed to be a man here. Yeah, she broke the law, but she had a co-conspirator. And y'all can't penalize her without penalizing the man, because it takes two to tango for y'all to execute said punishment, but only one is here today to account for her sins. So yes, she wrong, she broke the law, but Celie, take your ass home and sin no more. These people are not about to isolate you and use you as an example while also ignoring the malady within this patriarchal sexist ass system that they think they can use to overlook the actions of the man and only reinforce them against the motherfucking woman. And because it's nothing but men judging you, of course men wouldn't give a fuck about the man being here, but would still want to enforce the law absolutely against you. So get your ass up and go home, sis. There were so many, almost every example of Christ having to pop, lock, and drop it. It was always unto the system. Addressing Caesar, addressing religiosity, addressing the governmental system, whether it was a religious one or a political one. Yeah, you cannot put people under the worst circumstances possible and then also at the same time expect people to be 100% well behaved. That makes no motherfucking sense. Isn't this the same reason why y'all tell y'all children to stay away from the wrong cloud? Because you realize that external circumstances can bring out the worst in what can be a well-behaving, intelligent, sensible, nice, great-hearted, kind young person. But if you put them in a corrupted ass, fucked up situation, if you put them around fucked up ass people, that it increases the odds of them too mirroring that behavior or succumbing to the parts of their human consciousness that are universal in all people, as we all have the capacity for heaven and hell within us, and if stimulated the proper way, whether that be by a church, we may become Mother Teresa, or if it's by the Crips down the street, we may become Suge motherfucking Knight. We see this principle and participate in this principle and acknowledge this principle all the time in our unconscious. And then we can get to a situation like this and be like, well, no, nothing matters. It does matter. Not that it justifies it. Because an explanation is not an exoneration. The why doesn't denote the what. two things can exist at the same time. I think what one side thinks that they're hearing from the other side is because there may have been a lot of things that contributed to Lindsey's, and I'm going to say the Lindseys, because I think that the Lindsey, she represents all of the women who have succumbed to these type of extreme, irrational choices in motherhood due to stress, due to undiagnosed this, untreated that, due to a lack of community. But I think that one side thinks what they're hearing is because there may have been a lot of variables that played into this, that created these type of feelings, these type of impulses, these type of desires, that it means that Lindsey is innocent. And there are people arguing that, well, yes, she is. She should come home. Now, I don't know what the hell people should do about that, because I'm an abolitionist. I believe in rehabilitation over punishment. Rehabilitation not only means rehabilitating the person, but also rehabilitating the systems and correcting the cultural, the criminal, the political, the economic systems as well that influence these manifestations. Being an abolitionist really means the rehabilitation of the whole system, the people within it, and the system that surrounds those people, that those people are nested within. How does Lindsey atone for the murder of her children? I don't know what that specifically looks like. I know that for the people saying that she needs to be punished, I'm not really sure how prison accomplishes that even. Your tax-paying dollars are paying for her meals, her medicine, her medical care. She's going to sit in prison for the rest of her life and have access to community and other women, and is going to be able to still get an education and attend church and live a life that's simply just confined to a piece of land. I mean, I'm not really sure. I mean, when people say punish, I mean, do you even consider that to be punishment, really? Because, I mean, but I think we get more out of rehabilitation to prevent this type of shit than we do out of punishing people specifically, because oftentimes people are just a symbol of the corruption of the systems that contribute to said thing. Same thing like when I look at drug dealers within a community, when I look at gang members within a community, and I understand that something needs to be done, right? Because there are innocent people who have to deal with random gunfire and gang conflict, and have to deal with a certain type of traffic and a certain type of sense of danger as a result of the way that those criminals or those thugs go about surviving. But because of the beautiful thing called sociology, and me understanding that people are oftentimes the product of systems and institutions and corporations, etc., I have the added privilege of also looking at those thugs and gang members as victims too. Because hurt people hurt people. And when you really start peeling back the layers, you really do come to that question of, damn, well, what the fuck do you expect people to do? If I had 4 siblings at home and a struggling mother who may be working a part-time job and or who may be on drugs herself, and now I gotta take up being the man of the house, and I had to drop out of high school to do what I had to do for my family and for the people that I love. Obviously, dropping out of high school is already going to strip one of what? Some educational and economic advantages in the commercial corporate world. For 2, being out there in them streets, robbing, stealing, selling drugs is a quick fix. Because we need money now to not get evicted. We need money now to keep the water and the lights on. My brothers and sisters need electricity now. They need clothes and food now. My mother needs a way to work now. And so then you start to realize that the harm that is the result of people trying to survive is a involuntary harm, not an intentional maliciousness, not an intent to push harm and hurt, but harm and hurt nonetheless still ends up being the case for those who have to live around and peripherally to that behavior and to that way of life. But then if you put a scholarship in these same thugs' hands, if you put a full ride to a university, if you give them a full athletic scholarship, if they simply had a way to earn the money that they need in a proper way to fix the issues within their households, that the thugging and the gang banging wouldn't even be the case. Cause when kings get their crowns, they sit their motherfucking asses down. When kings get their crowns, they sit their motherfucking asses down. So I use that as an example to go back to the Lindseys of the earth. This is a fucked up ass situation. 3 children lost their motherfucking lives. A struggling mother who was honest about her feelings and her thoughts yielded to the medical community and to her husband in transparency about how she was feeling, ultimately succumbed to her demons. She's now standing trial for that crime. For those crimes. Now there are hordes of women who are empathizing, maybe not with Lindsey unaliving her children, but are empathizing with the feeling of pending dread and profound loneliness, and relate to the inner and silent suffering that maybe oftentimes comes with being a woman, that may come with being a mother. Obviously, a Lindsey is not alone. For there to be other women who feel like they can relate to whatever aspect of Lindsey's circumstances that they're able to see within her situation and or her condition. With the other side screaming, all those women need to be under the investigation of CPS. All of the women who are making up the fan club of Lindsey need to be under CPS. I think that's a dropping of the ball. If you have hordes of women using Lindsey as a catalyst or as a vehicle to express something about their own experience of being a woman and or being a mother, and they would be willing to do that even on the extremity of this circumstance, what that tells me is that there's a part of women's community that is deeply desperate to be heard, and they were going to take their fair shot even under the most extreme of circumstances, to be heard. And that makes me hurt for mothers. Because you have to think about how desperate do a people have to be to use the Lindsey Clancy situation as a way to mobilize and to bring some awareness and attention to the plight of what could be hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of mothers in this country who feel alone, who feel isolated, who feel overstimulated, who feel helpless, and who can understand, even if they themselves are not going to unalive their children, but can understand the inner things that are taking place within a mother that could lead to the extremity that played out in Lindsey's case. Even if Lindsey's actions are not a reflection of what they themselves would do with those same feelings and thoughts. But there's something even interesting about the fact that women are willing to be this transparent. I'm kind of spooked. And I'm kind of surprised that mothers are willing to say, me too. I feel like this. No, I'm not going to kill my damn children. But baby, does it feel fucked up? And does it feel so tough that you want to throw in the whole motherfucking towel? And boy, do you feel hopeless and helpless sometimes. Boy, do you sometimes regret being a mother when you decided to become a mother. Or choosing the man who you chose to make a father out of. Or whatever. There should be a space, a safe space for that conversation to be had in, to be confronted in, to be dealt with in. But I do understand how difficult it would be to be met with empathy regarding the plight of many mothers by using the Lindsey Clancy situation, because it's just too over the top. And it's too violent and deadly, and the outcome was too ugly for a lot of people to have any sympathy toward. And once again, most people are going to make that about Lindsey and not about what the women who empathize and sympathize with Lindsey are trying to say overall. But I do know that sometimes the universe, when it's trying to bring attention and healing to an extreme situation, that the universe will swing that pendulum all the way to the extreme left to bring attention to an extreme issue. That it'll swing that pendulum all the way to the extreme right to bring attention to that extreme issue to the right. It's a radical and extreme situation for sure, to try to have a multitude of different type of conversations in. There are lots of people who are not going to be able to hear that, be here for that. They're not going to be able to understand that. Don't give a fuck about that. They want Lindsey as gone. That's all they can see. They will not be able to see the forest for the trees. All they can see is the murder of these children. That's it. That's all. They don't have no other capacity beyond their personal rage and feelings to be able to hear any other conversation, no matter how logical, rational, reasonable, honest, and truthful. But women have always been in an extreme predicament in a patriarchy. So it's not that women really have anything to lose, honestly. So I can see why so many women are just hitting the ground running, and they're willing to run toward a burning house if it means there's any chance of saving themselves or getting any sense of soul salvation, because it's not like America has ever really benefited women. Right now, women are going through it with their rights, reproductive rights, within the job market, within the economy. So I can understand why there is hordes of women who don't give a fuck. Like, they're going to use any and every situation they can, baby, to be heard, to be felt, and to get it done, including using the extremity of Lindsey's situation as a vehicle. On to the next.
I live 3.2 miles away from the Clancy house where the murders took place. We shopped at the same CVS, went to the same restaurants. I personally know people who were on scene that day, and I personally know people who personally knew her. I did not. These last couple of years has rocked our community, and I will say every single time her name comes up, the same thing is said about her. She loved her children, she loved being a mom, and she was a wonderful woman. 17 years ago, I was a brand new mom again, but this time I did not have a friendly baby. My child had her own challenges, and as a result, I was exhausted. To this day, I feel like I should have been institutionalized as a result of my own sleep deprivation. At one point, my ex found me in the fetal position in the driveway, locked out of the house, where my daughter was in her bed in her bedroom with the door shut, upstairs on the backside of
Uh-oh. Is it me? I don't know what happened.
I live 3.2 miles away from the Clancy house where the murders took place. We shopped at the same CVS, went to the same restaurants. I personally know people who were on scene that day, and I personally know people who personally knew her. I did not. These last couple of years has rocked our community, and I will say every single time her name comes up, the same thing is said about her. She loved her children, she loved being a mom, and she was a wonderful woman. 17 years ago, I was a brand new mom again, but this time I did not have a friendly baby. My child had her own challenges, and as a result, I was exhausted. To this day, I feel like I should have been institutionalized as a result of my own sleep deprivation. At one point, my ex found me in the fetal position in the driveway, locked out of the house, where my daughter was in her bed in her bedroom with the door shut, upstairs on the backside of the house, and I could still hear her screaming. She was safe, she was fine, but I knew I had to get away from her because I was losing it. I had no support. And instead of getting support when he came home, he became angry with me. I knew to get away. I knew I had to separate myself. It was not easy, and it's not something I talk about. Now, fast forward, we spent the last 10 and a half years desperately fighting for the protection of my children, because me and my children have been at the hands of my ex during a psych break.
Oh my God, why does this keep pausing like this? Damn. I may have to move on. I don't know why it keeps. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Trying to harm her own child. As the trial seems to move in an increasingly unfavorable direction for Clancy, many female supporters have started posting videos titled "Same, Lindsey." Most of them are new mothers who say they strongly relate to Clancy's stress.
Hold on, I really want to hear that lady's story. I'm about to pull it up on my phone. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her story. Alright.
I live 3.2 miles.
Fast forward.
As a result of my own sleep deprivation. At one point, my ex found me in the fetal position, in the door shut, upstairs on the backside of the house, and I could still hear her screaming. She was safe, she was fine, but I knew I had to get away from her because I was losing it. I had no support. And instead of getting support when he came home, he became angry with me. I knew to get away. I knew I had to separate myself. It was not easy, and it's not something I talk about. Now,
Fast forward, we spent the last 10 and a half years desperately fighting for the protection of my children because me and my children have been at the hands of my ex during a psych break. And unfortunately, when he would have a psych break, people got hurt. And I was able to track it, recognize when it was about to happen, realize what his triggers were. And as a mother, as a single mother, protecting her children, it would have been extremely negligent of me to see and witness the triggers starting to fall and not step in and put protections in place for my children. The same courthouse that I fight to this day to protect my kids in, Lindsey Clancy is on trial for the murder of her 3 children. The medical system failed her, but Patrick failed her more. He knew, and he turned and looked the other way. If he is not directly involved, which I'm not convinced that he's not, based on what I've heard, then he has some responsibility in this because he watched her suffer. He watched the medical system fail her. 13 prescriptions over the course of 4 months is not okay. She begged for help, and I am not condoning what happened to those children, but this woman begged for help. Where was he? Because if I turned my eyes and looked away, knowing that my ex couldn't handle it and how he acted when he couldn't, then I was knowingly and am knowingly putting my children in danger. Where is the responsibility? I live 3...
And as I've said, I mean, I'm with her on one hand. If my ex, or anybody for that matter, over my motherfucking children told me that they had thoughts of hurting them, we out, baby. We out. On the other hand, I also know that when you believe that you know someone, there's a lot of things that you are willing, a lot of extreme shit that you're willing. When you believe that you know somebody, you are willing to risk your personal judgment in an attempt to sustain perception of the person that you believe that you know. And in this case, he believed that he knew his wife, especially since they had already had 2 other children. Everything had been fine. Now this last child, she's going through it. Maybe he doesn't have a reference for what this looks like either. He's going to do what the average person does. He's going to hope for the best. Hoping for the best definitely played into costing him his children's life. But it is something that is common. And most people would have probably done what the husband did, which is not internalize it to the extreme, because all of that was also happening within the context of her being on meds, her having psychiatrists, her, quote, getting the help. That probably helped him to feel relieved and to feel like everything's fine. We're going through a rough patch, but the work is being done. We're on the right track. And it's just a matter of time before she comes out of this. She's not going to hurt our children. We've had 2 other kids. No hurt and harm has come unto them. We're going to be fine. I know my wife. I know Lindsey. There's just no way in hell. I'm going to be by her side. I'm doing everything. I got us a nanny. I work from home. We're going to be a family about this. And we're going to get through this. Most people would have done what Patrick did. Most people would have. And like another commentator said that I played, I think what would have escalated the situations, and I more so blame it on the medical professionals than I do on Patrick, is if the medical professionals would have told Patrick, hey, I think you need to take custody of your children right now, just to be on the safe side. We can put together a plan. We can have you both come into the office. We can support you having this conversation with her. We can figure out what this needs to look like. But right now, Lindsey seems to be severely struggling. It was the job of the medical community to escalate the situation, because a normal human being is going to do what a normal human being who's not a medical professional would do. You're going to project in your own mind. You're going to romanticize the situation. And because of how terrifying it is to consider the alternative, you also, too, want to spare yourself from that type of personal terror. So you're going to wish the best instead. Instead of hoping for the worst, you're going to absolutely resist that and do what feels safe for your brain, which is, I'm going to hope for the best. My wife is not going to hurt our children. And with her being honest about how she's feeling, that's great. I know how to help her. We're getting the help that she needs. Everything's going to be fine. So I don't think that Patrick felt the children more than the medical community did. This is their job, their niche, and it's possible that had they escalated the situation and properly informed Patrick and came to the conclusion that right now Lindsey isn't fit to be a mother and she may need a higher level of care, hence maybe a short bout of institutionalization where she can get the help she needs, she can get the relief she needs, she can get the separation from the children and deal with whatever this is properly. That way we can ensure she's safe, the children are safe, you're safe. That was the job of the medical community. They dropped the ball.
And mental condition, but one supporter has caused serious concern. The woman is a single mother raising 6 children. It appears that the pressure of caring for them, combined with her strong support for Clancy, has pushed her into an emotional breakdown. She posted videos of her child crying for a long time while she talked about her parenting decisions and emotional pain. Many viewers believed she might be preparing to copy Clancy. They quickly reported her videos and account, and some also contacted police. Police located the woman and will evaluate her mental condition to decide whether she is still capable of safely caring for her children. Many people now believe the Lindsey Clancy case is mentally affecting vulnerable women. More than 25,000 women have donated over $1 million to support Clancy. Even after Clancy confessed to her crimes, some...
Right? And what LaShondra is saying, and I'm not even talking about overturning her rights, right? I'm saying that the medical community, with all that they were observing, prescribing, evaluating about her mental state, could have better informed the husband. And that should have, at the very least, resulted in a recommendation and a referral to family therapy to specifically address the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, or to address the elephant in the room and to see if all of that could persuade Lindsey into even voluntarily surrendering and getting, admitted into the hospital for evaluation, etc. If she had been given the option to do that, I wonder what would have happened. Had she came into what looked similar to like an intervention involving her husband, her medical team, and they all had this loving, supportive conversation with her that, hey, based upon all that we are seeing, we are deeply concerned, Lindsey. There may be some biological and biochemical things that are informing the way that you feel on top of the daily stress of being a mother. And all of that, that's contributing to the situation as well. We believe right now it would be in the best interest of yourself and of your family for you to let us run some inpatient tests and evaluations to further evaluate what you are dealing with to ensure your own personal safety, the safety of your children, and of your husband. We don't want the situation to escalate. We don't want you to find yourself at the hem of whatever forces are at work here contributing to this. From everything that we have heard, you are a wonderful mom, a wonderful wife, and you're having a difficult time, and you don't have to feel guilty about your feeling of struggle. It may not even be due to any of your personal incompetences or whatever you are thinking in your mind. Hundreds of thousands of women deal with postpartum. Hundreds of thousands of women are in a versus match with their own biology after pregnancy. This is not about you being a bad mom. Like, it just could have been, like a whole thing. Like, I wonder if they just would have, if it would have been dealt. And once again, I don't know how it was dealt with entirely. I'm just learning about this case really today. So I don't know all the ins and outs, but there's a lot of things you can do to persuade a person to get the help they need, aside from just trying to overturn their constitutional rights and Baker Act their ass. Like there were other ways to go about this. There were other ways for them to explore how sensible she would be willing to be, how committed she would be willing to be to feel better by just opening up the proper dialogue that could have led to her getting further treatment and further health. And we might have been living on a different timeline where Lindsey could have gotten some inpatient treatment at a nice little rich white woman facility that felt like Paradise Island, where she had the top tier medical advisors at her hem. She could have had visitations where her husband could bring the kids to see her. This could have went on for a few months, a year. She could have got back strizate, and boom, baby, back to life, back to reality. Yeah, if there's anybody I blame this on, it's the medical system.
Supporters continue to defend her. What do you think?
Look, supporting postpartum depression and mental health treatment is one thing. But getting on the internet to hold your child and make a same Lindsey video implying that you relate to killing your kids is something completely different. Mental illness is serious, yes. Depression is serious, yes. And the death of those 3 children is serious. But none of that should be turned into a TikTok trend for likes, views, and shock value. You can have compassion for Lindsey Clancy's mental state of mind, her struggle with whatever she was going through, without romanticizing, without trying to reenact or normalize what happened to her children. And then putting your children in a video where the punchline is basically, yeah, I get why a mother would kill her kids. I'm sorry, but that's not advocacy. That is disturbing. If you want to advocate...
Trey, I don't know how psychosis does something. Yeah, and it is. It absolutely is.
Okay, for mothers, talk about the warning signs. Talk about treatment. Talk about postpartum resources. Talk about supporting women before they reach a crisis. But stop using your children as props in edgy videos. Videos about killing children just because a murder trial is currently trending. Mental health awareness deserves better than that, and so do those children.
Lindsey Clancy supporters.
Okay, on to the next. Y'all, when the likes all the way up, we need all of that.
The Lindsey Clancy case has driven people insane. This video of Patrick Clancy was shown in the courtroom. This is real evidence. It's timestamped. And yet, women online believe that he did it. He ran a 4-minute mile to go home, do it to his own kids, and stage it as if his wife did it, and fake a phone call while he was with her, while simultaneously throwing her out of the building. And then he ran a 4-minute mile back, and then he got stuff from the store, and then he went to go pick up food, and then he came back, and then he faked another phone call. Women are gathering outside of the courtroom to protest in solidarity with Lindsey Clancy. Women on TikTok are posting videos sympathizing with Lindsey Clancy, saying, "Same Lindsey," with the videos of crying babies. All of these women need to have their kids taken away immediately. These philosophers at 8 have raised nearly $1 million for the Musgrove family, the parents of Lindsey Clancy, just because they had to go to Lindsey Clancy's court hearings. Again, this is not money for her legal defense. The defense in this trial knows that she did it. She knows she did it. They just want a not criminally liable verdict because she did it, but, well, the system failed her. Or actually, she wasn't mentally well. But even her own fans know that she did it. That's why they're saying, same. They support what she did because they hate their own kids. A TikToker was added to the trial to testify about the conditions in Cape Cod and her access to medical resources. This is how stupid this fucking court case is. I wonder if the defense will also add an astrologer as a witness to testify that a Leo doesn't kill their cubs, or that Patrick was a Gemini, so he must be responsible. People online think that if they post a clever gotcha, then suddenly they can change reality, and this person who did a horrible crime is no longer guilty just because they say so. I actually believe the algorithm intentionally boosts stories like this to steer public narratives and or distract people from other important issues. There's a variety of important issues going on in America right now, but people on TikTok are obsessed with this bullshit. Mockingbird Media and the NBC News platform, which has 12 million followers, is boosting this drama. We are truly witnessing mass psychosis driven by the algorithm. The Lindsey Clancy case has driven people.
Once again, I think that there's a conversation on both sides. I think that this is a case where critiques are legitimately to be had on all things. There is definitely a legit critique of the medical system. There's a legit critique around how intimate partners can better show up for their partners, even though it doesn't seem that Patrick was per se as negligent as people may want him to be, but nonetheless a catalyst for that conversation. And then also this is a case where they pull right up on the threshold of psychosis or sanity. What's this woman saying? They push it all the way up to the brink of those two issues. And I think as a country, we have to do better with listening to women, because women are objectified and are extraordinary victims of so many things in this country. And I'm not mad at women for crying aloud, because that's what it's going to take to get the attention of a system that has been in a 400+ year practice of not giving a damn about women who at one point in time had less value than cattle did. My God. So I just think that there's room for all of the all of the conversations. I don't like that it's being made that you have to major in one thing over the other in this case. I think that you can major in all of the elements of this case that in some aspects are about larger issues, some systemic and cultural. And I think that we would be doing ourselves a disservice by not having all of the conversations. It's not a one or the other.
If there's anything I've learned from this Lindsey Clancy trial, mate, it's that we need to bring back the fucking Salem witch trials. Here we have the Baby Killers Club meeting guys throwing up their strangling hands. Everybody put up your strangling hands. Fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. Times like this are really eye-opening because you realise what people are actually like. From this day forward, I'm going to be using this Lindsey Clancy shit as a litmus test to see who in my life are fucking psychopaths that condone murder. Hey, mate, what'd you think about the Lindsey Clancy shit? Oh, you know, I think she was, went through a hard thing. Nah, round them up. Anyone who thinks like that should be put in a fucking titanium cube and lowered into the Marianas Trench. When a man comes home from war with PTSD and shoots his family dead, we don't stop to consider what star sign he has or what he might have been going through at the time. No, we chuck him in jail because he killed his family. All I've got to say is burn the witch, mate. Peace. If there's anything
Okay.
Isn't every murderer mentally ill? Or at least most of them? Like, can't every murderer say, oh, they just snapped, they went crazy? Most of them. Like, what is this case gonna, like, set it up for if she gets off? Like, oh, sorry, I went crazy, I just offed my whole family. Like, I feel like, no, she has to go to jail. I don't really care if she's mentally ill. Like, everyone's mentally ill, they're not offing their kids. I don't know, at first I thought it was Patrick, I watched all the stuff, but now I'm just like, come on, guys, like, isn't every...
So this is women trending on the Lindsey TikTok trend. This is a woman, I guess, acting out her emotions that she's suppressing as a mother until she gets into a quiet and safe space, and then she goes ballistic, and this is what that expression of all of those feelings look like.
Have we actually ruled out the possibility of demon possession here? Because I'm trying to find another explanation that makes sense, and postpartum issues and the struggles of motherhood just really aren't doing it for me. I mean, we have literally had women lining up outside of the courthouse and waving and cheering for Lindsey Clancy as she shows up for her murder trial. And then we've had women going, oh, I can totally identify with wanting to strangle your kids. Let me go chuck some ice in my shower and film it. And now it's just rage screaming like a psychopath. Ladies, get your bat crap crazy selves under control right now. This is embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. Your husband should be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. If you truly think that you can identify with Lindsey Clancy because you're hearing voices in your head telling you to kill your children, then you are a danger to yourself and others, and you should be locked up in the funny farm right there alongside her. Otherwise, spank your inner toddler, cut this mess out, and go be a mom. You freaking lunatics. I mean, for crap's sake, y'all.
All right.
Tell me why so many moms around the world are rallying behind Lindsey Clancy. Maybe it's the same reason that when they say, oh, she was having intrusive thoughts, absolutely no one had to ask what are those intrusive thoughts, and said they say, oh, that's common for postpartum depression and anxiety. What's common? The thing that we all can't talk about and we can't shut up about, so we only kind of answer a little bit. Actually, most of us don't even answer honestly at all. And then all the moms around the world are watching their worst freaking nightmare play out. If your brain, you just like lose it for a second, or God forbid prescribed the wrong things, or not have the support from your husband like you should, like we're watching our worst nightmares play out. Watching someone that was begging for help and was going just enough because we know you can't actually be honest. Oh, I was thinking about it. That's her saying she was definitely thinking about it. Because what happens if you actually admit it, they take your child, and for a loving mother, that is the worst thing on the freaking planet. So you go just far enough to see if I go just far enough, will they give me just enough help? Hopefully, maybe. And they don't. Because you're not crazy enough. And the prosecution says you're not crazy enough. We're not honest enough. We can't be honest. American Girl doll. Because they'll take our babies. And we love our babies. But postpartum is a crazy animal. That is why mothers are...
The only issue I have with what she's saying is the fact that if a mother is that loving, then a mother doesn't have the capacity to unalive her own children as a result of that. As a result of that love, you can't argue that Lindsey loved her children so deeply that she couldn't just all out tell anybody that I want to unalive my children, but that I'm only thinking about it under the guise that she can only partially admit to how she's feeling because she doesn't want her children to be taken away, only for her to have done just that, take them away, not only from herself, she took them away from their father and from the family that loved them. The love in her would have caused her to remove herself, not to remove her children, and not to remove them fatally and in this way on top of that.
It was just last week y'all were saying how great of an attorney Lindsey Clancy's attorney is, and that at some point he's gonna drop a bombshell that shows that she's innocent and proves that Patrick did it. And now y'all are turning your backs on him?
No, I don't see where you're reading from.
That's a different portion. No, that's what we're reading from. Okay, so how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right? No, it's more than just one paragraph. It goes on to all. All right, counsel, let me see counsel's side.
I saw comments where y'all said he's a mediocre lawyer, and the fact that he got frustrated during the exchange, it's making Lindsey look bad, and it's also making her look guilty when she's not. Y'all just keep moving the goalposts every chance you get. Hear me out. Y'all only got 1 or 2 more goalposts that you can move before this case is over. So choose your goalposts wisely. It was...
Okay.
Why are women so angry about the Lindsey Clancy case? I've seen a lot of people in my comments asking why women aren't focusing more on the children as victims, or how anyone could possibly have compassion for a mother who took the lives of her children. And I understand that reaction, but this isn't an argument for the defense or an analysis of the trial. It's an invitation to understand why this case has struck such a profound nerve with so many women. A lot of women see some version of themselves in her story. Not because they see themselves harming their children, and not because every struggling mother has postpartum psychosis. We are recognizing something far more ordinary. We recognize asking for help and being met with blank stares and empty offers of support. Lindsey sought psychiatric help repeatedly. She saw multiple providers. She expressed suicidal thoughts and fears about what was happening to her mental health. And there are women everywhere who know what it feels like to say, something is wrong with me. I'm not okay. I'm scared of how I'm feeling. And I'm scared of how this is going to affect my children. And then be met with another referral, an appointment months from now, or some meaningless suggestion to take a bubble bath and make time for yourself. Meanwhile, you can feel your mental health deteriorating. You're terrified because you're still responsible for keeping everybody else okay while you're quietly becoming less and less okay yourself. I think that's where this anger is coming from, because what happened to Lindsey's children is horrifying. 3 children died. Having compassion for maternal mental illness does not require us to look away from that. But women are also looking at this case and recognizing the systems surrounding it. We tell mothers to ask for help and then make meaningful help incredibly difficult to access. We tell them to prioritize their mental health while childcare can make getting to a therapy appointment nearly impossible. We tell them to practice self-care while they carry an enormous amount of invisible labor and mental load. We restrict reproductive health care and then expect women to absorb the physical and psychological consequences when pregnancy becomes dangerous, complicated, or devastating. We profoundly misunderstand reproductive grief, miscarriage, infertility, stillbirth, TFMR, pregnancy after loss, and we continue to underestimate just how serious maternal mental health can become. Mental health conditions, including suicide and overdose, are among the leading underlying causes of pregnancy and postpartum related death. So when women are angry about this case, I don't think most of them are saying, that could have been me. I think they're saying, I know what it feels like to be drowning while people stand on the shore and tell you to swim harder.
If you came into this conversation wondering how anyone could possibly have compassion for Lindsey Clancy, I'm not asking you to stop grieving for her children. I'm asking you to widen the frame, because maternal anger doesn't emerge in a vacuum. Sometimes it's a completely coherent response to being asked to carry far more than the people and systems around you are willing to acknowledge. And maybe, instead of asking why women are so angry, we should start asking what all of that anger is trying to tell us. Why are...
And you know what's so funny about like what she said is that it made me think about how, what was the difference between modern day mothers and mothers of ancient? And there's only one big contrast, and that's village. That's village. Villages raised children. In ancient day. Modern day mothers are raising children alongside their partner if they have one. We never heard about ancient mothers offing themselves, offing their kids. Because responsibility was being distributed equally throughout the village. Modern day mothers live in a world without that village, and certainly minority mothers do.
No, actually, we're not. We're not normalizing the urge to want to kill your children. What do you mean, same Lindsey? What is wrong with you? They're already trying to normalize late-term abortions, and now they're trying to normalize the urge to kill their children after they're born? That is not postpartum depression. That is psychosis. And we have all these women on TikTok right now saying, same Lindsey. That is psychosis. If you are having thoughts of harming your child, you need to check yourself in. All of these women on TikTok saying, same Lindsey, you need to check yourself in, because that is not normal. That is psychosis. I am so sick of watching this country trying to normalize things that are morally bankrupt and abnormal. If you are saying same Lindsey, you need to put yourself on a psychiatric hold. This is not controversial.
Last but not least,
women are jumping on this trend of same Lindsey to claim solidarity with Lindsey Clancy, who allegedly strangled her 3 precious babies. And these women are filming themselves saying same Lindsey while holding their sweet, precious babies who deserve protection, not to be paraded on the internet for likes. You know, I know that postpartum depression is real. I know that the baby blues are real. I know that sometimes motherhood is just hard. I get that. But there is no reason that we should be normalizing this trend of same Lindsey to claim that we are one with this woman who killed her children, to make her somewhat of an icon because she strangled her children, and we have hard days, we have depression. None of this is normal. This is incredibly dangerous. It removes any sort of personal responsibility, and it essentially gives a blanket okay to commit the worst possible crime against the most vulnerable because of mental illness. And that's just not true. Mental illness is not an excuse to kill anyone, to harm anyone, to strangle anyone.
Well, the criminal justice system sure does think so, which is why a reasonable insanity is a thing, which is why people are institutionalized. Yes, I want people, because I hate that the conversation around mental health and mental illness is happening alongside the polarization of this extreme homicide, because if I was dense and I personally was not good at compartmentalizing, I understand how the people on this side of the tracks just cannot see past the homicide, but it is not a flex, and it is not a service to the cause to also play down mental health. Yes, mental health is literally the equivalent of a person being severely intoxicated. Your judgment is severely impaired. The way that these people kind of talk about mental illness and psychotic breaks and all of this, rather those things are the case for Lindsey or not, but just how they're talking in general about mental health is like wild work to me, because it's clear that these people have never themselves ever experienced chronic depression. If people could just will themselves into getting up and going about their lives and getting dressed for the day and washing their ass and going to work, they would do that. Depression is a real thing. Chronic depression is a real thing. Psychosis is a real thing. Schizophrenia is a real thing. And these things are severely disabilitating. Now this woman was on 13 different medications. I can't even imagine all the goddamn side effects. Not to also mention if these were even the proper combination of drugs, because it damn sure could be argued that she was over medicated. Who the fuck is on 13 different fucking medications? Mood altering medications. On top of that, remember Jeffrey Dahmer's mother was being treated like an experimental white lab rat and was on a lot of experimental antipsychotic medication as well during her pregnancy of him, which was argued to possibly be a contributor to what the fuck was going on with him in his brain and neurologically. I don't know where the fuck I got these hiccups from. In his brain and neurologically. I don't like the way mental health is being reduced. Like, oh, it doesn't matter. Yes, bitch, it does matter. You don't know shit about mental health then if you think it doesn't motherfucking matter. You have lost your motherfucking mind if you think that people are still behind the wheel of the car if they are experiencing extreme mental health duress in the moment. They're not. And once again, I'm saying that beyond the Lindsey situation. I don't personally believe that Lindsey was experiencing a psychotic break during the unaliving of her children. I think she made a conscious choice from a place of extreme duress, but that she had full cognitive function. It was clear because it was super premeditated, etc. But there are people outside of the case who are having the mental health versus sanity conversation, and in an attempt to hold Lindsey accountable, they think that they have to flatten out and domesticate and wrinkle out mental health. You don't have to do that. There are people right now who require their medications in order to have a sense of autonomy. You remove those medications from them, they're going to lose their sense of reality, and very bad things are going to fucking happen. Because they're not able to grip that will. nor be behind the seat of their own brains without the assistance of that medication. I have family members and friends who have different levels of mental issues. I have a cousin who is schizophrenic as well as a chronically depressed. If she's not on her meds, she loses all touch with reality and she becomes a threat unto national security. I have a friend who suffers from mental illness as well. He needs his medication in order to stay fixed unto this reality. If not, he's going to lose it. And has lost it. Has lost it. Because oftentimes people who are mentally ill struggle with the stigma of being mentally ill. And when they get well, as a result of being on their meds, which stabilize them and neutralize them, they then become convinced that, oh, I don't need the medication, not understanding that the reason why they're well is because of the meds. So then they stop taking the motherfucking meds and end up spiraling. Y'all do not have to play down mental health and mental illness just to be pro Lindsey going to jail. This country already doesn't understand and take mental health seriously enough. And now that this Lindsey case has happened, this like extreme war against mental health as a reality and it being reduced to just a concept or ideology just so that you can feel comfortable calling for the death row for Lindsey is crazy work. You do not have to sacrifice the science and the integrity of mental health as a reality in order to hold Lindsey accountable if that's what you want to do. Mental health is a thing. Lindsey killing her children is a thing. Where mental health and mental competency collides and doesn't collide in this case, it's going to be up to the courts to decide and the experts to decide. But I think that overall this case allows us to have every conversation needed to be had around women's health, women's mental health, postpartum, and so many other things that the country doesn't spend a lot of time taking seriously and understanding. There's opportunity here beyond just Lindsey herself. I'm going to drop the link. If anybody who want to come up, if you're coming up, you got to come now. I got to get rid of these hiccups. I can't take it. I just dropped the link for anybody who want to come up. Whether you're pro Lindsey, anti Lindsey, or you are indifferent, or you are both pro and anti, you're all of the above and nothing at all, you can hit the link. I just dropped the link. I'm more so as it relates to the criminal aspect. Like I said, I don't believe that Lindsey was experiencing. So that's even a nuance thing, right? Because to one, unalive your children can be argued to be psychotic and mentally ill in and of itself, and I do agree. But in terms of the legal attitude around that, it doesn't fit the framework of her being able to get away with being seen as insane because she was too conscientious and too methodical in her going about. But it's clear that the woman obviously was severely not motherfucking well. Why that is, I think is still important no matter what the verdict is in this case. What was it, the 13 medications that exacerbated her mental duress? Was it postpartum depression with the 13 medications? Did the medical team or the medical experts do the right thing? Did they not? Would anybody have done anything different than Patrick did? These are all conversations. Hey, Jordan Data. Hey, Bo. Can you hear me live?
Hey, CTV, I hear you.
Hi.
Long time no talk, but hope all is well. Um,
All is well. I think we might have a delay. Can you hear me in real time?
I think so.
Okay, good. I want to make sure. All right, so hit the ground running. What are your thoughts
Okay,
on this case?
so uh paid too much attention to it. Um, so you were giving me a lot of information. Can you still hear me? Because you got really quiet all of a sudden.
Oh yes, I had mute,
Okay,
so I can't hear
all
you.
right. Just making sure. Um, so this case actually reminded me of when I was working in New York in a housing program for severely mentally ill adults. And we would get folks straight out of prison and provide them housing. So they had mental health issues, but also committed a crime while out of balance mentally. And there was this Black woman. Uh, she was a grandmother, and her daughter brought her kids over to stay with her for a little bit. And she was in a, because she was under the impression that were demon possessed. That is what she believed. I don't remember how long she served, um, but when she got out, she had to go into a program that had 24-hour supervision, medication management, curfew. She was on parole, all of that. And she was compliant with all of it. And I'll never forget the conversations I had with her because, of course, the way I am, I kind of want to know what she was thinking in that time. And this woman, like now that she was clear minded and on meds, she fully understood why she needs to be on medication because she knows what she's capable of, right? At that time, she was not diagnosed or not properly diagnosed. So when we had conversations, the only thing she could do was cry because she felt a lot of guilt about what she did when she was not medicated. So this reminded me of that because people who lack understanding of the nuances of like mental health, how it shows up and what it actually feels like, they tend to just make it look like that random person in a show that's just going around breaking stuff and doing like, maybe walking outside naked. But mental health is very complex and it it affects different people differently. It can you don't know what the trigger is, you don't know what the breaking point is, and sometimes it's not that obvious, right? Because I'm sure if her daughter knew that she was manic, she wouldn't have left her kids there, right? So to this case, if we're going to be that hard on Lindsay, then we have to be equally punitive to doctors, providers, husband, like everyone holds some kind of responsibility in ensuring that the woman who just gave birth is in the best shape. Because essentially, and this is the last thing, my thought was, how old are her other kids? How old, no, sorry, how old are her kids? Because I don't think I've learned that yet.
Okay, so let me look up because I know that one is 5. I think one was a little over 1 years of age, and then I know they were all young.
Okay. And the reason I say that is the reason why I was curious is because when women have babies back to back, like if they don't give themselves at least 2 years to like kind of recalibrate, their hormones never fully rebalance.
Okay, so here it is: 5 years old, 3 years old, and 8 months old. So
Okay.
everybody under 5.
Okay. So to me, 3 kids in 5 years is a lot on a woman's body because some women can take the minimum 2 years to rebalance their hormones, which affects your thinking, your processing, your memory. If you have 3 kids in 5 years, I truly believe her body never really recovered after the first one.
Mm.
So now you have a third baby that's months old.
Mm-hmm.
I can only imagine how psychotic she really felt.
Mm.
So, and that doesn't mean she shouldn't like serve time or get
Yeah.
some kind of punishment. That's not what I'm even getting at. I think it's just people lack the empathy and understanding of like what a woman's body actually goes through when she's pregnant and when she has a baby and for years after. Like it's not, you don't just get pregnant, have a baby and then you're back to the same person. You're actually kind of never the same person.
And how do you feel about the whole prison punishment thing? What do you think punishment really is supposed to look like? Like when people say that, what do they envision when they be like punish? Are they just meaning like you should just not be in the free world? What does punishment look like to you?
To me, considering my understanding of the criminal justice system and the mental health system, like my opinion is she should be in a community-based 24-hour supervised and medication managed facility. That could be like a group home kind of setting. That could be like a little bit more secure than a group home setting. She can have visits. She can earn overnight stays with family, things like that. But there's medication management and 24-hour supervision because I can only imagine that when she gets clear because she's mandated to like treatment, which would be part of like the sentence. Like you have to go to therapy, you have to be on medication, you have to see a psychiatrist, you have to be medication compliant. And if not, then there's, you're going to be going to the hospital in inpatient treatment for a certain amount of time. Like that's something that can work. I think some people just think that's not harsh enough because she took lives. My 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 holdup is when young white boys shoot up schools, we throw mental health to them and we say, oh, don't treat them too harshly because, maybe it's the video games and maybe it's this. So this woman had 3 freaking kids. There are tangible responses that her body goes through. I think she can get that, not necessarily the same grace, but the appropriate treatment without throwing her in a cell. Because I don't think that's going to really do anything.
Mm. Um, as it relates to her partner Patrick,
Yeah.
how do you feel about his response? Yes, he uh started to work from home in order to assist and help Lindsay. He got them a nanny,
Mhm.
uh, and all of those things. But people are blaming him because she actually admitted that she was having thoughts about self harm and or harming the children. Do you what do you feel about, to some people's arguments, him not escalating that and removing the kids from her and realistically, even yourself as a parent,
Yeah.
who has a partner, would that have been your immediate response as well? Is I'm gonna just strip my kids away from my partner who is struggling under these circumstances? Is that as easy to do when it's real life? It's your actual family. This is somebody who you love, someone that you think that you really know. Would you keep all that in mind as they spoke about their struggles? Like, well, I know my partner, and yes, they are admitting they're having a hard time. They're
Mhm.
having thoughts of self harm, etc. I don't believe they will ever harm our child. Or for you, would it be I ain't putting nothing past that? And
Uh,
mm-hmm,
well, again, because of my experience, I've I've there's there's a different way that I would respond versus someone who doesn't have the experience and education I have. So I understand if the average citizen is like, oh, they wouldn't do that. They're just, it's
yeah,
just a moment, it'll pass, right? But for me, understanding that there is a difference between like homicidal ideation
mm-hmm,
and a plan to kill, right?
yeah,
I'm not taking that risk because unless you're having a lot of conversations about it, you don't
mm-hmm,
know when they cross that threshold. So, as much as I love my wife, we're getting on the phone or I'm going to call one of our village members and say, "Hey, I need you to watch him cuz I'm taking her to the hospital." Like I might have one conversation where, "Okay, honey, like do you have thoughts of how you would do it?" Because if you have thoughts of how you could do it, we're much further along in the process than
yeah,
it just being a fleeting thought.
mm-hmm,
So for me, as much as I can love my spouse and know my spouse, you're not going to get more than maybe one time to even say it before we're going to the hospital and we're going to get this situation talked about on record, get some kind of medication intervention, things like that. Like we're both in therapy. So this is something that either I'm going to contact our couples therapist and be like, "Hey, this is what was said as a licensed professional. How do we address this right away?" But when it comes to him, I feel like he did all he probably thought he could do besides like just bringing her to the psych ward,
mm-hmm.
which to be fair, if the threshold for someone to be admitted to the psych ward is very high. She would have actually had to practically kill her kids to get into the psych ward and be admitted. Because I know that it's we can say, oh, he should have just, brought her to the hospital inpatient, but they would have sent her home that night, to be honest.
Or unless she had some type of extreme irrational outward behavior, it would have had to be something outside of an isolated admission. To your
Yes.
point of
Yeah.
homicidal ideation, like, well, I had thought about hurting
Yeah.
somebody.
She would have to actually act on it. Like I've had clients that have tried to harm themselves, like by cutting, trigger warning, um, and because they didn't do it the right way to actually cause great harm, they weren't admitted
Wow.
because you have to do it. I'm not going to say what the right way is,
Right.
but you have to do it in a certain way for
Hmm.
it to show that you intended to bleed out.
Wow.
If you do it the other way, they're like, okay, maybe they wanted to, but they didn't succeed too well. So
Now, do
we're
you
going to put you on some
agree
meds.
with their metric?
Hell
Because
no.
isn't
Hell
the
no.
next because the next thing I'm thinking, right, is like, well, you were assuming that they knew the proper,
Yeah.
the quote unquote proper way. Most
Yeah.
people don't, because I mean, most people aren't I mean, like, most people don't know what the quote unquote proper way is. But
Correct.
that's wild.
It is
That's a
wild.
metric.
It is a metric, and I haven't agreed with it for all the years that I've worked in the mental health field because
Oh my God.
at times when like I've gotten my life threatened by a client saying he's going to chop me up and throw me in the Hudson. I think I've told you about that.
Wow.
And they were like, "Well, did he actually try to chop you up?" And I'm like, "Well, what the fuck? Do I need to be in pieces?" Like
Practically. Mm-hmm.
exactly. So that's not my threshold, but
Yeah.
I think it's helpful for people to understand what those thresholds are.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put it in context of this situation, he very well could have brought her to the hospital, but would they have kept her? Would that have stopped this event from occurring? Because that's like saying he can't go anywhere because she has these feelings. He can't go to sleep. He can't he can't take a shower. He can't do anything because there's no amount of supervision that he can provide on his own to stop someone who's in a manic state from acting on what they believe is reality without them being like an impatient person. And that threshold is very high.
Mm. Wow. Um, Lashandra, you should come up. You should hit the link. Okay, so my next question is how how traumatizing would that be or not be to you? Like, damn, I now, as the other parent, have to live with knowing that my partner has had these type of thoughts, even if they were willing to get the help they need and go through the rigmarole to be okay, to be healthy. What would it take for you to really like not see that again? Like, would you be
You're not gonna not see
comfortable?
that.
Yeah, like, would you be comfortable? Like, oh, she's at home with the kids.
No, no,
Like,
no. Like I'm gonna have to quit my job.
so that would change your life entirely.
Absolutely, because I understand the gravity of what this is. I would
Even if
have to
it's
quit
only
my
the
job.
ideation, but not
I don't
like
get. I don't give a shit, conscious. And you know I've been married for like almost 10 years. I don't give a shit. Like
so would
I'm
that
gonna
mean
at least take a
that
leave of absence. At least like leave without pay, something. Because
so
I got to
would
get
that
this
mean
together.
so would that mean that you would kind of just be more hands on in the raising, or would that mean that the relationship would also be severed?
No, I wouldn't sever the relationship. Because again, I've made it my business to learn about the physiology and the response a woman's body has to carrying a child and just being like the sustaining life force for a child for at least a year. I wouldn't sever my relationship. It would just be that this is where like the to me the healthy version of in sickness and in health comes in.
Mm,
Like it's just going to have to require a radical sacrifice on my end
yeah.
to and the calling on community as we said, right? So like if she's in this state, she obviously can't work. One of us has to work. So
Yeah.
maybe I will take time off with a plan to go back to work so I can set up village support so that when I do go back to work, there's additional support around the clock. And that may also mean like, yo, these kids got to go to fucking daycare.
Mm,
Because to have all these kids in the house
yeah.
and you're one person is absolutely overstimulating. It's
Yeah.
overstimulating for one kid, right? So that might be part of it. For one, we got to get these kids out the house. They got to go to daycare, except for the youngest one. And then, you know, have some, he got the nanny. I would have gotten a nanny. I would have gotten a cleaning service. I'd have got whatever the fuck I need to outsource to be able to like relieve that part so that she can focus on stabilizing herself.
Now, what happens to you when she gets to the point where she's like, "Well, I got it together now, and I want to be full time, stay at home mom,"
Yeah.
and would you ever be comfortable with that, regardless of
Probably,
what she feels and thinks?
yeah, probably not. um I think, and this is just part of like real life becoming a parent and realizing like the actual weight of it and how much community you need. I
Hmm.
think even if she feels that way, them kids are still going to daycare.
Mm.
They're still going to daycare. You can stay at home, yes, but they're going to daycare. You need a couple of hours without them in your face, without them tugging on you, without them overstimulating you. You need that time. So I think that would still be my approach. Like, I hear you. I love you. I respect that you want to stay at home. Those kids are still going to daycare.
Okay, because I love when people paint a picture for me. So just so that the picture is completely painted for me,
Yeah.
does this mean that you wouldn't be comfortable with your partner having any type of alone and isolated intimate time with the kids? Like that would have to be completely eliminated
No, I
from
don't even
y'all's
think
life.
I don't think it's that I don't trust it. It's just that I know
Okay,
that's,
so for instance, right, like if she
yeah.
wants to take the kids to the park and you're at work, or if she picks the kids up from daycare, but you still
Hmm.
got 3 more hours, at work before you're home. So, like, what do you do with the times in which she's going to be alone?
She's not gonna be alone. Like, okay, the reason why
So
I'm
she
saying
would
this
never
is
be able to be alone with
it's
the
not
kids.
that I'm trying to frame it in a certain way because I have a child and I have a wife,
Yes.
and it's one kid, and we have a sitter, okay? Because he's two and he's going through all the developmental shit. So that requires a certain level of like emotional intelligence, bandwidth, patience. Like it is insane how overstimulating a child can be. And so it's not about that I don't trust my wife with him. I just know there are really hard moments. And it is better to have someone who can lighten that load so you can get 15 or 20 minutes to go wash your ass, play a song, maybe fold the laundry in peace, maybe go to the store, run errands, whatever. And just to have that extra person provides us a sort of relief. So we have a theater that assists through the week as needed, like on a Saturday, on a Sunday. We utilize that resource because we understand that even with two parents, one child can be incredibly tasking. And I think the way society has changed, to your point earlier about like um, the difference between back in the days and now, like my generation, when we were growing up, we had aunts and grandma that helped watch us. And when our parents were not home from work yet, picked us up from school. That's not so much the case now. So you have to utilize resources. Like, I don't think parenting was meant to be done solely by the parents. So I'm not in the mind frame of like, we have to do it by ourselves, especially if you have the funds to have a sitter. I understand that everyone does not have that privilege. I consider it a privilege to be able to afford all your bills, afford gas, afford groceries, and have money for a sitter. I'm totally aware that everyone cannot do that. But if you can, ain't no shame in your game in lightening the load generally to keep the house stable.
Because I have so many questions. Like this opens up so many questions. This opens up so many questions for me. Okay, so my next question is: do you think that? Because in the spiritual community, I'm always like really swinging in between both of these trains of thoughts. Like there's one idea amongst secular culture that pretty much says that you are what you think. Therefore, you should think wisely. And then in the spiritual community, we understand that the body is a vessel and that all thoughts, like clouds, pass through the brain, and that you aren't necessarily your thoughts. That the only thoughts that it makes sense for you to assign to yourself are the ones that you latch on to. But all human beings have probably had all variations of thoughts that have blown through their head. I feel like blowing up the world today. I want to kill this bitch. I love him. I'll fuck this motherfucker up right now. You know, like the pendulum swings from left to right. Where are you in your attitude toward thoughts? Like, would you be able to accept that your partner suffering and having this thought or thoughts on again, off again, under this period of great emotional duress in their life was just a result of their consciousness spiraling? This is not per se them, and what they return back to ultimately is what actually is them. Or do you see people's thoughts as their own, like this? I mean, considering that you also said that you wouldn't be able to completely unsee it once you know it, does that mean that you hold space for the fact that this thought is some part of you, and that I have to keep that in mind as your partner and as the parent of the child that we share together?
Yeah, I don't, I think it's almost harmful to think that like a person is in a particular headspace solely because they're just entertaining the thoughts, right? Like, and if you just disregard the thoughts, then you won't have the thoughts. Especially when it comes to the radical changes that occur in a woman's physiology and neurology when she's pregnant. So I think there has to be some respect put on the name of science when a woman is going through that kind of change,
Mm-hmm.
because that can create the exact dynamic that we're encountering with this case about how people are responding to her. Sometimes, sometimes like a person can feel like they are incapable of doing because they think they're incapable of doing. Fine, right? That may be something you can talk through with a therapist to change your frame of mind, to change how you see the world, to change, what you believe society is impressing on you to be, which is a big part of womanhood and being a mom, right? Like, part of it is like a woman is expected to be able to do this shit naturally. So there's no understanding of like how fucking hard it is.
Mm-hmm.
So when a woman's having a hard time, you're like, oh, it'll pass. You just gotta,
Mm-hmm.
like to go take a bath, just change your scenery, and it's not that easy. It's simple to prescribe that if you change your thoughts, things will get better. Because again, a child is very overstimulated, and treat my son. So I greatly empathize with my wife about how his crying and his behavior affects her versus how it affects me.
I think your phone is breaking
So
up.
uh-oh.
I think your connection is breaking up.
Do you hear me now?
It sounds like you're driving too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can hear you.
You hear me again? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Um so and yes, I am driving, so I guess there's a lag now. But I don't think it's just like, change your thoughts and the
Mm-hmm.
situation will change, because you can't get rid of your kid. Like, that's not going to change. So even if you change your thoughts, the overstimulation is going to be there because there's a child here that relies on you. And there are going to be things that are going to like piss you off. Like, that's just an element of like wanting to protect your child even in unrealistic circumstances. Like, they're going to get sick and you can't stop your kid from getting sick, but you're going to get mad every time they get sick. because you wish they just wouldn't be sick.
Yeah.
But you can't change that. Like, you can change your thoughts on how you feel when make things a bit easier to process when they get sick.
Can you hear us, Jor? Okay, Jor is on mute. Okay. Rumors?
Hey, Conscious.
Hi, happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Shout out to the crew in the building. Thumbs up the
Shout out to
video.
crew.
Share, share, share. Get the word out that we're live.
Yes, God.
So yeah, this is my first time hearing this case. Listening to the information that you put out. I've been also just Googling, trying to get a little bit more information. And I really I don't want to make it about this woman, because I definitely feel like outside of the specific case, that the groups that are defending, because I feel like they're trauma bonding, in a sense. I think that a lot of them that are speaking out and trying to not necessarily defend, because I don't feel like some of the people videos you show definitely gave like people are deflecting, people are projecting, but the overall sense of some of the talking points, they are valid. However, I don't think they're valid for her, because it does feel very premeditated. Now, I want to be clear in my thoughts. I see all criminals, I believe personally, the majority of criminals definitely have a mental instability. There is a crack in your psyche, somewhere where you feel it is your right to take the life of someone else when it is not in regards to self-defense. Self-defense is the only justification and excusable reasoning to unalive someone. And so we clearly know that mental illness is something that a lot of criminals, when it comes to especially homicide, a lot of criminals definitely suffer from. There's no way around that. But I think people, when statements like that I just made are made, I believe people take offense to it because they feel like that is a get out of, like, so to speak, like an excuse to get away with a crime. And for your talking points, like when we were discussing Jeffrey Dahmer a few years ago, it is important to know the whys. The whys is always important. You need to know what is the cause of everything in order to, especially when it comes to our betterment, right? Just in order to put preventative measures, or even if you can't prevent it, but learn how to progressively and productively move through, because everything's a teachable moment. And if you're not trying to learn, which all the information has been given so far, I'm seeing something deeper and much more sinister happening here. And I think that that's why when a lot of the videos you were playing were like, felt like they were all over the place, I think they are, quite frankly, all over the place because there's so many different components to this conversation happening. We have so many different moving parts. And I definitely agree that Lindsey should not be, she's not the face for some of the women's rightful talking points that I definitely see. I felt as a mom, all of those things are definitely legitimate and valid experiences, but it's just not her that should be the face of their talking points. This case is doing one thing and one thing only, is bringing more. I do believe it's a distraction for some other things that are happening, but I also believe that is bringing a lot of people who feel voiceless. This is their moment to like actually have a voice and speak out through their own personal frustrations and challenges as moms and wives and just women, and just as it, all of the things that are responsibilities that are put upon women when it comes to gender responsibilities and all of those type of things that most women, quite frankly, as a woman, most of us have adapted that mentality, and we play into it, so we have a part in it. So I'm here, as you know, I love to put my foot on women's neck when it comes to my sisterhood, because I feel like we're responsible for each other in a overall sense. And I'm here for the uncomfortable conversations, because I'm definitely discerning that a lot of these women talking points that are like defending her, they're speaking from their own experiences. And then for the women that are speaking out against her, I believe that they do know the truth about what's underlying here. And I just think it's a whole thing for some of them. Yes, it's about the kids to a certain degree, but I think overall it's about the audacity to like try to shine a light on, and I don't even want to make this a race thing, but for me, I'm seeing all the things. Now we know race don't play nothing in it, because we know people in the black community are suffering, et cetera, et cetera. But we know when it comes to these type of situations, we see larger, statistic wise, we see more of them doing this type of stuff than us per se. And there is something to be said that when they start calling each other out, there's always you always seem to have two different theories behind the call out. Like, what is the reasoning? And I definitely feel like it's because they know underlyingly like what this looks like, and why, how dare you expose us in a way as as a collective, how dare you shine a by a light, because there's so much there from what you gave us to kind of question the legitimacy of whether or not this was premeditated or not premeditated, right? And it looks as if though it is more premeditated than anything. And I think it's like, how dare you? Because we're not allowed, like, if we're going to be the face of something for doing something this horrendous, there should be no room there to even consider this to have been premeditated. So how dare you? It's quite on brand when I look at it historically, because of, their tears when it comes to the Karens of the world. Their tears and their plights and their pleas are like no other. It is like when they cry, the world's supposed to stop and cater and cuddle. I don't see this outcry when it comes to my melanated sisters. I don't see like people in like, just defending or even championing the cause, and the frustrations that we go through daily, and this and it's so much there, conscious, to unpack and have a conversation about as a black mom, that I'm like, interesting. Will we have this same, will we literally be having the same conversation, not the conscious crew, but in general? Would this really be a conversation if this was a melanated mom? Would people be so outraged and so matter of fact, like, in protest and champion this cause if this was a black mom? And I know that they wouldn't. But because this is something that none of us, when it comes to mental health, because all of us in this country are suffering from some type of mental health instability from one time or another. Some of us are learning. Go ahead.
Have y'all heard about LaTarsha Sanders?
Is that them? Because it was a couple of my sisters that were out there for unaliving their children recently.
It's the Massachusetts mother who's convicted of killing her two sons in 2018, who got a new trial. A Brockton mother who was sentenced to life in prison for unaliving her two young sons in 2018, will get a new trial. The Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court vacated the December 2022 conviction of Latarsha Sanders Thursday, saying that Plymouth Superior Court Judge William Sullivan was wrong when he would not allow the jury to hear about her troubling mental illness while she was awaiting trial in prison in a state psychiatric hospital. Sullivan is currently overseeing the Lindsey Clancy murder trial. This is the same judge. Clancy admits that she unalived her 3 children in her Duxbury home in January of 2023. She's charged with first-degree murder. Her attorney said that Clancy was experiencing extreme postpartum psychosis. Sanders admitted to stabbing her sons to death in February of 2018. Her defense attorney argued that she was insane at the time. According to the ruling, the jury never saw thousands of pages of medical records compiled after the murders, where doctors found that she suffered from hallucinations and paranoid schizophrenia that was undetected and untreated for decades. The Plymouth County District Attorney Timothy Cruz said her boys, 8 years old Edson Marlon Brito and 5-year-old Lasan Brito, died in a ritualistic incident, and that Sanders practiced. The jury deliberated for about 4 hours and found her guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. She was automatically sentenced to life in prison without parole. There's no doubt the defendant committed these incomprehensible crimes. The sole issue before a Superior Court jury was rather she lacked criminal responsibility. The justices on the state's highest court wrote in their ruling Thursday, "We hold that the exclusion of the defendant's relevant medical records relating to the diagnosis or treatment of mental illness constituted prejudicial error, and as a result, the defendant is entitled to a new trial." Sanders was convicted 1 month before Clancy unalived her children. Mental illness and criminal responsibility issues have been around since we've had a criminal justice system. WBZ-TV legal analysis Jennifer Roman said, "Now we just talk about mental illness more." The Plymouth County District Attorney's Office is currently reviewing the SJG's opinion and determining our next steps going forward. It is our duty as prosecutors' office to be a voice for victims of crimes like Marlon and LaShawn Brito, and we will continue to do so in their memory. A spokesperson for the Plymouth VA said, "Oh, so this judge here got it. The stakes are high since he ruled in a black woman's case. She was guilty for unaliving her 2 children, and now he's ruling over the Clancy case. And if he rules innocent, or that she isn't criminally responsible, there's gonna be some shit started." How would you feel, Rumors, if the judge ruled the same way? It might be StreamYard, y'all, because StreamYard been kicking people out all day. Let me drop the link again. I didn't know this was the same judge. My God. Yeah, as I'm waiting for Rumors to return, y'all. As I said before, it does not appear that Lindsey was experiencing a psychosis per se during the time of her unaliving her children. It gives very much so premeditated. There doesn't seem to be anything hallucinatory about her situation. She obviously, though, is very emotionally unstable. I mean, to unalive your children, obviously not a symptom of healthy mindedness, but experiencing a psychotic break, too premeditated. Rumors?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
You were asking me how would I feel
if the judge had ruled the same way and he ruled Lindsey guilty as well as he did the black mother in the previous case.
First of all, I would be completely shocked. Because when do they care about blatantly, like, trying to cover up their intentions. That's number one. I can't see a judge. Not saying that there aren't non-racial people out here. However, I would be shocked, honestly, if he found her guilty. I mean, that's the period.
And what are your thoughts on, even though you don't believe that she was experiencing psychosis per se at the time she unalived her children, what do you think about cases where someone, quote unquote, has done everything that they, quote unquote, know to do, and it seems like there's been some failure on behalf of the system? Do you think that other people also should be sharing responsibility in this matter, or do you think that and do you think, and if the question to that is a yes, do you think that that should play a role in her being sentenced less harshly because she expressed things to her partner, she expressed things to a medical provider, she doing her part in some sense, that should play into the way she's sentenced?
I don't conscious. I don't know if I believe that she did everything she could do. I just don't. I don't believe none of them did everything they could do. I would not it's the fact that you're just going to be relying 100% on medical professionals that are showing you that they're not successful in their attempt to help provide treatment for her. So because I'm not seeing, I haven't heard anything that you've said that has given me matter of fact, I feel like yes, everything that could have been done was done.
Well, no, but that wasn't the question, because nobody probably can do everything. But I said,
no, I mean in totality, right? Yes, no,
I'm saying with her making strides to get something done, and she made multiple strides. She spoke to 4 different doctors. She was on various degrees of medications. She opened up to both her partner and the medical community about what she was feeling and experiencing. This wasn't a woman who just did nothing about it either. She did did a lot more, and she probably did a lot more than a lot of other people have done in situations like this. I'm not saying that she did everything, but she definitely also was proactive at the same time. Should that play a role?
Right. So because I want to be clear, we cannot ignore the fact that an act, like you said, nothing was done. Something was done clearly. There was some, treatment some help was sought out. But because I also feel like it was premeditated, right? I feel like that was all performative. I'm just gonna be quite honest. But I can't even if so, for me, that doesn't take away the fact that even if me believing that it was premeditated, and let's say there's tangible proof that shows they find that it actually was premeditated, it still doesn't neglect the fact that there were people that are licensed medical professionals that also have an obligation as well. I would hold them responsible too, because even if, right, let's say even to the extent that these medical professionals, because like you just said, no one knows to try and to do, right? No one always gets it all right. No one has all 100% the answers to, to all the questions. So even to the defense of the medical professions that she went and sought help from, or whatever, this is a trial and error. We're giving you prescriptions or whatever. We don't know if these prescriptions are going to work until we know if they're going to work, or whether or not until they fail, right? Mm-hmm. I didn't feel like there wasn't enough urgency. So I feel like all parties responsible, because listen, I know a lot of times people that when it comes to our love and attachment to people that we care about, people just in general, just other humans, we tend to downplay a lot of things when people make threats or, comment on, wanting to, unalive themselves or unalive others. People, we normalize, we're numb to it in a sense that, people just talking. We don't pay no attention. They're not going to do it, this and the third. And then it's almost like a gamble. because you don't know if they will or if they won't until you find out. Until you fuck around and find out that they did or they tried. So I do think that there should be. I don't think the woman should. Honestly, I don't think she should be sitting in prison because I don't think prison is going to help her. And I'm always about reforming people or whatever. If there's something in place to help, I would personally think, yeah, she needs to be, because remember, she wasn't just worried about, she wasn't just threatening the children, right? She also was threatening to unalive herself, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So she clearly needs to address that as well, because now we have a whole nother issue here. The children are gone. How do we know what her psyche is like living in the aftermath of unaliving her children? Even let's say if it was, whether it was premeditated or not, it wasn't premeditated. Let's say legitimately she literally was not in control of herself, her actions. She's still in danger to herself. Are we going to address? Because anybody going to prison, I'm just going to be honest with you, really doesn't serve. It gives superficial justice, but it does not give overall what quote unquote what people feel is justice. You know what I mean? Or inclined to want to be justice. It does nothing. Absolutely does nothing unless a person's going to spend the rest of their life in there and never come out to interact with the general public. It does nothing. It serves no purpose other than to keep people locked up and making them work in there so the rich can keep getting richer. It's just another form of.
So apparently she wasn't threatening, but she was admitting that she was having thoughts. I'm having thoughts of hurting myself. I'm having thoughts of hurting my children, per se. Then, I want to hurt myself. I want to hurt my children, and I guess that nuance makes a difference in terms of medical response. Having thoughts, okay. Having the intent and the desire to, another thing. Trying to is another thing.
See, I view that a little differently when I'm dealing, because as I'm the other person that was up here, I work for a shelter, and most shelters have people with mental instabilities, right? Some diagnosed and some undiagnosed. I take people, especially when I don't even have to have a medical diagnosis. The first sign that I feel like there's some instability, I take you, even if I feel like you're just having a moment, I still take you at your word. Again, I don't know if you do it today or if you won't do it tomorrow. So even discussing that you have thoughts to harm a person, and I know that you sought help, you're on these medications, which we know all medications have side effects. So now we're talking about medications that's supposed to help regulate and balance you out, your emotions, right? Things that go to your brain. And we know they have side effects. And you're on how many different kinds of these medications? Yeah, I'm taking everything you say, even as your thought. I'm taking that to the bank, and I'm putting things in place, people in places to try to prevent as much as I can anyone actually being harmed, including yourself. Now, we know this system is completely fucked up and flawed to the point that, it's really hard sometimes if a person, if you can't get a doctor to sign off on someone that is having these episodes, right, of instability. It's hard to get a person, you could probably get them help for 72 hours, right, in crisis, but it's hard to get someone actually institutionalized unless you got the money to do it. And knowing these things, because this is not a new phenomenon amongst the people. It's just that now we have labels for all of these things. All of these diagnoses that have been around for eons. But because it's attached to a certain group of people tiers, we're having this conversation. We're going, like you said, we're going to make do with what we got, because it's an opportune moment for our community to, because it ain't that we don't go through this. We just don't see a lot of numbers. And I think that is honestly conscious. I do believe that's because we have, even though our community is in disarray, and it does not look like what we've seen in the past for it to look like in representation. We still have community in a lot of ways when it comes to mental health. And I think because of being embarrassed, the reason behind how we show up when it comes to our relatives, that we can't deny the mental instability, right? We can't deny those, we can't deny. We put all the preventative measures into place to try to, like, not even protect them, but protect others. And most of the time it's because we don't want to be embarrassed. We don't want, like, back in the day, they used to keep Uncle George all the way in the back room with the door locked, and they would serve him from the room instead of, like, letting him come out amongst the people. Because every time Uncle George did come out amongst the people, Uncle George was more than likely about to kick somebody's ass or just expose everybody's business.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense, we have that. We haven't evolved to a space where we can just, honestly, from a good place, even though we are getting better with it. Well, but honestly, from a good place, don't find no guilt, no shame. And, like, you know what I'm saying? We will allow now for people to come out and be themselves and, try to get the help and things or whatever. We don't see that, surprisingly, that the irony of that is we don't, even though we talk like it happens, we are learning that we've really never seen them do that. They don't have the community. That's why, like, they run to us when it comes down to them having this, like, exposure. Because I think that's what it was. That's what's happening. A lot of these women are having an awakening exposure because, remember, they didn't think it was going to be them. It could be everybody else that is not a plight or a cry or a sisterhood when we've been complaining about being single mothers, being exhausted, not having the help, just being drained, ain't got enough to pour back into ourselves because we're giving up everybody else, etc., etc. That's been ignored forever. We're supposed to be super women and go through it and push through. But when it's the shoe's on the other foot for the other person, then the whole world is supposed to stop. And we're all supposed to identify, and we're supposed to try to help find a resolve for them. This is nothing new for Black people. We begrudgingly show up as a community, but we still show up as a community. And they're realizing what they thought, how they've always thought straight across the board. It ain't gonna happen to me because of their privilege. Their privilege has now shown them, yeah, you got privilege over a certain group of people, but when it's all said and done, you're a part of this minority too. It goes back to us talking about the whole unaliving conversation about the clinics. It was never us that was showing up in large numbers at these clinics. And I feel like the reason why we're seeing more and more is just getting more, the numbers are increasing with more of them unaliving their children, is because they didn't have the option, or whether or not they did have the option, they were fearful of going to the clinics and undoing it. And some of them felt like took the bait on what it looks like, because they've been, women, we're no good if we're nothing else. The only value we hold is between our legs, being able to birth. And for them, that's been a badge of honor. And once they get that reality that that's all you are worth, they don't do what? No, you're gonna sit here and shake these babies while we go and do whatever. That reality that bust they bubble, like, oh, so we being treated just like every other group of women. You think just you putting me on the level with the Black woman too? What do you mean?
Something that Saltine women have on their side that helps in virtue and compassion being yielded toward them is media. Media has a big role in why certain issues are handled a certain way when it comes to Saltine people versus to melanated people, because we know that media oftentimes markets in favor of Saltine people and unfavorably markets Black and brown people. So when LaQuisha up there with her 3 children struggling. She just looks like a bad mom who was probably fast in the ass anyway, and got a bunch of and got all these baby daddies, and is lazy and ratchet and living off the fucking system, who ain't really contributing to society anyway. When Lindsey up there, oh, that's Mother Teresa up there. That's a outstanding, well-to-do, all-American white woman, staying out of the way, just trying to have a family and a husband and live a soft life. Oh my God. You can humanize her. You can't humanize LaQuisha though, because LaQuisha don't got media on her side. She don't got the marketing. She don't got the PR on her side the way that saltine people do. So that marketing, baby, has a lot to do with why we as a community, or why we as a collective, I should say, why there's a different level of emotional availability onto saltine situations versus black situations, even when they're the same situation.
Right.
Even when
Yeah,
they're the
I
same
have
situation.
I mean, as a mom, overall, I have empathy. I no matter what the nationality, the race, any of that, I have empathy. But I also understand pathology for throughout his time of history when it comes to women. Like I like, even though it was way before I was even thought about, I can't ignore the women's suffrage movement. Other races counterparts, they didn't try to identify and humanize us, as women, not just women of color or black or whatever. They didn't try to empathize and identify with us, with our common plight, until it was something they could benefit from. It's like you guys want, and I'm not saying that's this in this situation, because you didn't say anything about it being an issue where they're trying to get black women, black moms to jump on and support it and that type of thing. But I ain't going to ignore history and what has been proven to be a thing, or whatever they like. Yeah, you had the child, and I don't know, like, why you fighting against the gender role for which y'all subscribe to, not her specific, but them as a collective. How y'all the one that sit back and y'all support y'all men and their toxic ass patriarchal thoughts and opinions and expressions on gender roles and things of that nature. Y'all help champion y'all men's causes that literally defames and dehumanizes you and pigeonholes you to a standard that you ain't comfortable with. So now you feel some kind of way because we're not there to breastfeed your children, to wipe their nose, to help raise them as a nanny, housekeeper, whatever the hell you want to call, what it was back in the day. And now y'all actually have to be moms. And the same shit that we go through every day as mothers, women of color, single mothers, even those that have fathers in the home, the same thing we go through and been complaining about, that we didn't have a label for. Now there are labels for these things, and today, and people are crying out about it, are being ignored, but because your tears are tethered to your pale skin, I'm supposed to sit back and be like, oh my God, no, she didn't. No, I understand. No, I don't identify with it. I don't identify with it. I really don't.
I
But
think
I'm
that
not
I
with
think
it.
that the black community ought to be as opportunistic and be wolves in sheep's clothing, just like saltine people are. And I think that they ought to use this. I think that black women need to use the Lindsey Clancy situation to bring awareness to what black women have been experiencing from the beginning. And they don't even, and the beautiful thing about it is that they ain't even got to identify with whether is right or wrong. They can literally just latch on to the aspect of this case that involves there being a malady in the medical system as it relates to women, and then bring that on down to the way that that system impacts all women, including black women, and then launch off into all of those statistics. Because that's what white people do. They hijack and co opt movements. Black people need to learn to do the same shit. Pull the reverse Uno. Latch on to them and use what happens to them to bring awareness to us, because they're never going to listen when
Right.
it's us, you know, uh, uh, bulldozing our own movements. They can see past us. They think that it's an isolated issue, and they make it an isolated issue when it's us who are bullhorning about specifically the issues that impact us. That's exactly why I wanted to have this conversation today. It's because I'm like, oh, there's an opportunity in all of this, baby, and um, black women can understand the assignment. I went into a diatribe about that in the beginning of my
Yeah,
commentary. Like,
you did.
you like learn how to reverse Uno shit. Learn how to be an opportunist and get up in this shit and make
I
it yours
agree.
and
Cause
make it
know,
your own shit.
I agree. Cause the one thing that you spoke to when you brought up the black woman, black mom, or whatever, this it's a perfect opportunity. Anybody that's within that state, anyone that had that judge and that have had similar situations where it don't even have to be pertaining to a child, like a situation where like you unalive your child, but just mental health, and be it male or woman. But if you definitely black, keeping it 100, and you have some mental health, like especially diagnosed, even if it was undiagnosed and you've served time or you are currently, yeah, I would definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Why the hell would I not? Because if she go free, we definitely got to address why the hell am I ain't behind here, and also taking advantage of they're just overall take away the case, right? The legality part of it, but just how we are neglected and how there is room there for improvement when it comes to mental health care, making sure that you have proper medical physicians. I want to know how long, because I've seen this in the past where people have been like for years. I've seen someone personally that I know be diagnosed, and it took them about 4 to 5 years for them to find a medication that actually worked, that really genuinely balanced this person out. 4 years of trying different medications. That's a long time. That's a long time. Anything could have happened within those 4 years, right? So that seems, I don't know, intentionally um bad practice, or yeah, there needs to be some we need some more doctors and more scientists out here to study. Like we need more patients to, be looked at. It's some more work to be done, because it shouldn't take that long once a person is diagnosed to find a proper treatment for them. And let me say an effective treatment. So that's why when I first started talking, it's so much to take from this story, Conscious, that is beyond just the husband was wrong and she was wrong and she's guilty, this, that, and the third, because there is so much fucked up in our system in this country that is affecting
Because here's my thing.
all.
The part that I can't get past a room is just the fact that if your biggest fear was like, if the thing that was holding me back from saying I want to hurt myself and these kids is I don't want to be removed from my kids, only for you to remove yourself from your kid. I mean, only to remove your kids. You could have just removed yourself and got yourself into treatment, left your kids alive. Just remove yourself. But then you also try to unalive yourself. Well, if you didn't want to live, why you couldn't just take your own? life and leave your kids behind, unless in that is some type of a twisted, warped sense of like, I I I still want to be with my kids. But I don't want to live this life with them, and so I'm taking them with me.
I
Or
don't
like,
have an
I just don't.
I
Because
don't
I
have
feel
enough
like
information as
you had a bunch of options outside of unaliving them. If you were going to unalive yourself, you could have just did that and left them to their dad, or you could have just left. You didn't have to. Like, it's nothing illegal about you abandoning your kids. You could have just left your family. It, just like there's plenty of fathers who leave and they out of the picture. It's plenty of mothers who make that choice every single day. You could have just left. You could have got yourself into treatment. But then we get back to the mental health part, right? Because it's like there's nothing healthy about you unaliving your kids, nor is there anything healthy about you jumping out of a second story window in a attempt to take your own life, only for you to survive all of that. So you weren't psychotic per se, but you were obviously severely mentally unwell. And so it's like I can't expect you to have, I guess, thought functionally because you weren't in your right mind to have made the most rational, informed choices that you could have made to begin with. But I'd be coming back to that philosophical question around what the fuck we be calling love too, because I'm just like, I just don't see hurt having a place in love. I just don't. Like, my personal philosophy and belief around love is that love can cause no harm to another, not to itself, not to anything else. And one of the first spiritual commandment in the spiritual community is love all things, cause no harm to nothing else. So this idea of like she was such a loving mother. Would a loving mother truly have been genuinely capable of unaliving her own kids? Would a father who genuinely loved his own kids have the capacity to unalive his own kids? Would a partner who genuinely loves their partner be capable of unaliving their own partner? I think there's a lot of things that you might do as somebody who is filled with love for someone, for something else, that also may be experiencing a complete and utter collapse and have descended into utter darkness. But I don't see that as taking the life of the thing that you love. I think that there's a lot of other destructive shit you can do. But
and there
I struggle with the ideal of Lindsay was a loving mother, but you completely mapped out, salivated, premeditated, planned out your murder and your children's murder. I cannot reconcile that uh, with love.
and
I can't.
and that's exactly why I say she's the wrong face. If they, I think people have chosen the wrong case to use as a outcry to address the issues that are plaguing mothers. There were too many other options out there. One of the main options, she could have literally walked away. She could have left. And I know people are like, well, she probably didn't have the means, etc., etc. So then that shows me that underlining all of that, her intentions were selfish. It was not about um, her love for her children and her being a loving parent. Because if that was the case, conscious, she could have left. Not only could she have left, she could have contacted the authorities and said, "Come and remove these children." She could have called her husband back and said, "Come and get these kids." And you can't ignore if what is being reported are literally the facts and how she um, went about executing these plans.
Pink Butterfly says that I believe you can love your kids and still hurt them. Woo, child, man, that type of love. I'm glad that type of love never found my mother and my father. And I pray that that type of love never find any other child's parents, because that if
Not
that's what can happen to you in love, then I don't know where one can be safe at. Because if that's the case, we need to change our whole philosophical approach to love and conversations around love, or whether it's parental love, whether it's the love of God, whether it's romantic love, need to now include a homicide included, a love with homicide included. Because if even in the concept of love there is no safety, then in the words of my girl, if you can't go to Bella Noche's, then where in the fuck can you go? If you can't, if you can't, if you can't, if you can't, if you ain't all right in love, bitch, you ain't okay nowhere. You ain't okay with nobody. Because if everything else is less than love, and yet even in love, the highest vibrational state of consciousness one can be in, where all the light, all the gushy shit is of life, that in that you can still be harmed, baby, why are we even here then? If there's literally nowhere safe to run and nowhere safe to go, not even in love. Because in that now, we have nothing but the next logical step to take, which is to descend into utter and total universal paranoia. Because I can expect now for church to be a harmful place, for my parents to be a harmful place, for the relationship between me and my siblings to be a harmful place, for the relationship between me and my brotherhoods and my sisterhoods to be a harmful place, the space between me and my spouse to be a harmful place, the space between, like, because now, actually, what we're really describing is that then there is no such thing as love, really. Because if hurt can happen in love, I don't believe that those two things can exist on the same spectrum. So there there either is no such thing as love, and what most people have is something else. That's why I be intentionally using the term attachment, because I know that that's what most people really imagine when they hear the word love. It's passion and attachment. Passion and attachment. Love is not per se attachment. And you can love something and love it deeply and profoundly without ever controlling it, without ever dominating it, without ever controlling it, etc. But most people in the West assign. This is why I always brag on Buddhism, because Buddhism, I feel like it's just Buddhism is just that motherfucking discipline that just gets you together on everything, including motherfucking love. But love is not attachment. And so for Lindsay to take her kids with her, what that can maybe tell me is that maybe she was attached. But obviously, I mean, I'm still arguing that that wasn't love. I'm okay with arguing that she was attached to her children, because she took them with her. But if she took them with her into death and via homicide, then that ain't motherfucking love. And then don't we have to really evaluate the whole shit now when mothers confess to their love for their children? Because now that's got to be met with an automatic side eye. Like, this what you mean? You love our children? Because if I have to now include a lack of safety and danger now can be included or synonymous to love, then where is the safety at? If you can kill somebody in the honor and genuine experience of love, I just don't understand how do you pivot then once you infuse love with grape and murder and slaughter and exploitation and the etc. And why? But then if you have to do that, why would you even call it love? Like, why? Oh, so what's the loving part then? Because okay, so now my question to Pink Butterfly then is, what's your definition of love? Because whatever it is, it got to include hurt. So can you explain to me what your definition of love and why does it have to be love then if somebody can still end up hurt? Because it's a lot of other states of consciousness that fits. But why make that fit and side by side with love? I don't understand.
You're not going to understand because you're trying to rationale the irrational. And you've often asked on panels people's definition of what love is for them. And a lot of the talking points genuinely are always very superficial from a superficial standpoint. And I remember one time we always have meaningful conversations, but I do recall one time someone saying that love encompasses compassion. And I remember saying, for me, love means to just simply humanize a person. When you humanize a person, that is love. You humanizing a person just means that you acknowledge their existence and their rights to have the ability to exist in this world freely, right? And I think a lot of people, because of what's been depicted and programmed into us, don't know what love looks like as a totality. Now,
And I want to say,
can love someone and hurt them. I think I'm
I
going
do
to
think that it is
assume.
important for us to. I will accept that love is 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 a complicated phenomenon if it's being expressed through mental illness. I will make the exception for love looking complicated through mental illness, through the guise and prism of mental illness. Yes, because a broken vessel, a broken vessel doesn't have the capacity to embody something like that in its totality while actively in a hyper state of mental illness. I get that. And I forgot that we're talking about somebody who obviously does have mental health issues, even if she isn't mentally ill, but has mental health issues that seemingly got the best of her. Do you accept that, Rumors? I don't know if Rumors can hear us or not. It might be StreamYard. Oh, we can't hear you, Rumors. I'm gonna drop Rumors and have to come back up. Yeah, StreamYard acting a fool. It's retrograde. I think that we got retrograde all the way till October or November. Like 4 months of retrograde. So it's a long one, child. We got a long one coming. But yeah, I will accept that. Um, but my God, Rumors.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, string up. But I think with what Pink Butterfly was saying, I think two things can be true at the same time. What you're saying, what love really encompasses, what it really truly means to love someone is not what is being depicted. but what people's mindset is telling them, their irrational mindset is telling them that this is love. And most people don't know what love looks like what it really encompasses and truly displays. And that ain't it. Um, One thing that I have learned as a parent, and that I found myself fall short of at times, but I've learned through talking to my children what love really looks like and how it should show up as a parent, the way it should be displayed. And the majority of the times, we get it wrong as human beings because we really don't know. But if you listen to your children, that's one thing about children, especially when they're super young, they will tell you what it is they need from you and of you that will actually show you and display what love is. But, we kind of screwed up in that sense because everything else takes precedence. All of the superficial shit that takes precedence that we think is love, providing for the, children and just making sure they have the best, go to the, if you can't afford the best schools or, all superficial shit. That's really not love. And even to the extent of like when it comes to um discipline, right? It's not love. We think it's love because it comes with control. As parents to our children, how our children respond to us, and things of that nature. Now, I'm not talking about teenagers, but I'm talking about when your children were younger. For those that do have young children, if you really sit down and have a real, full, honest, open conversation, you will learn and see that yeah, you're kind of missing the mark. What you think that you've been doing and out of love is actually the opposite, and it's not displaying itself as love. This is the reason why when we were all children, the majority of us, we had pushback, not because per se we didn't want to listen and we didn't respect authority and all of that, but we had pushback based upon what we felt, what we discerned. We didn't even have all the verbiage and understanding, but we knew that the way what you're saying and what I'm seeing, how you're showing up, ain't making sense. It doesn't add up. It ain't equaling 1 + 1 is 2. And that's kind of hard for parents, no matter if it's the mother or the father. It's kind of hard considering everything else that's on your plate. You used to say all the time, and I know you still feel this way, that everybody shouldn't be a parent. That people need to do their shadow work before they become parents and things of that nature. I wish there was, but
Because to be honest, I feel like my parents should have never been parents, and I feel like even though they did a good of enough job to produce a stellar badass bitch, but there was always room for improvement. And I feel like those really should be the only people who are actually parenting. Is like I feel like parenting need to be a top fucking tier because the stakes just too motherfucking high out here. Like the way that human beings are in this world when they are not shaped and nurtured and loved and affirmed, these motherfuckers can become Donald Trumps and Hitler and run entire fucking nations and commit to mass genocide. Like us seeing how extreme a dysregulated human being can be and how much harm they can cause in human history, that they can cause in real time as one fucking person. Like, clearly, this tells us just how important parenting and the system around parenting needs to be very much so intentional.
Of course,
In order to safeguard humans from whatever the fuck created Trump, whatever the fuck created Jeffrey Epstein, whatever the fuck created R. Kelly, whatever the fuck created P. Diddy, whatever the fuck created Saddam Hussein, whatever the fuck created Hitler. Like, that there are things going on in human conscious. Like now we understand why we need to be parented correctly by looking at the worst of human beings.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna tell you this. I remember when I first decided when I got pregnant with my oldest son, right? And I decided to keep him. And I remember going to the doctor's appointment. Like I was so intentional about getting my shit together. Like I signed up for parenting classes. I was like a part of all of these groups on social media where people were licensed. Like not just like I mean, I intentionally sought out professional spaces so that I could make sure that I was equipped to be a healed parent, but also a productive parent, right? And I remember like saying this to my counselor at the time. I said, it is very interesting that when it comes to children, right? Every group of people that has to deal with children, whether and on a professional level, right? They all have to have some type of degree. They have to meet a standard. There's a standard set for them in order for them to engage with children in every space. And I remember this conversation like it was yesterday. I said, why they don't have nothing like that for parent, like for people, like in order to vet people to become parents? Why is there nothing put in place to make sure that before, like I know you cannot avoid you can't control and dictate. You can put the preventative measures out there, but you can't control other adults and even children for that matter, people from engaging in activities that will help them or cause them to reprocreate, right? But I do think that there should be something in place where in order for you to actually be, you can birth a child, obviously, but in order for you to be a parent, to have this child in your custody, and be responsible for that person, you have to qualify for that. I believe that then and I believe it right now. You have to do all of the steps, damn near like an assembly line, before that child can be released into your custody. And we can feel comfortable that you're going to raise, even though you cannot dictate how your children are going to turn out. But you have done it. You have literally done everything that is needed to raise a productive human being and release them into society. If you are not equipped to do that, then you should not be allowed to raise a child. And I found that so interesting. And I remember the council saying, oh, no, you can't do that. No, 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 we couldn't do that. And I'm saying, why? And every other part of life, aspect of life where people have to deal with children, they have to literally qualify. They cannot be in spaces and work with these children unless they what? Qualify. So why is there no qualifications implemented in regard to people parenting children? And we ain't even discussing whether or not they reprocreate and birth children, but just parent children. I think there should be a system in place. But I wouldn't trust this system because I know this system here in the US of A ain't designed and built for the family dynamic. Not in a healthy manner, it's not. But there should be a system in place, and it's not just for the states, but just in place for all adults or human beings that are going to be parents. Yeah.
Vanetta says, do y'all agree with the statement, I love my child, but I don't like him or her? I heard somebody say that before. I understand their actions sometimes, but not them. I think that a better framing of that statement is, I love you, but I don't like your behavior. More so than I don't like you in this moment. I think that when it comes to young people who look up to you as the external source of their self-esteem and the external source of their well-being and affirmation, and where they look um to be accepted and to be seen, that language is very, very, very important. And that you should never use uh you and condemning language all in the same sentence, but that if you have to correct, if you have to righteously correct, that it's more appropriate to make sure that you identify the specific behavior that you are not pleased with rather than identifying an aspect of the child as worthy of condemnation and or even assigning their behavior to an aspect of themselves. But do you want to speak to that, Aromas?
I think pendulum swing both ways. I share with Conscious, and I probably share with the crew too. I'm a parent that I question my children damn near every day. I ask them. It's like basically I do what you call it, Conscious, when you I basically ask my children every damn day, how do they feel about me as a parent? What do they think of me? How do they feel about me? And what is it that they think I can do better? Instead of just constantly telling them how I feel about them, I like to have open dialogue with my children because there's improvement to be had on both sides. I'm never going to be a parent, as you said, basically, so you articulated so well. Verbiage is important. And I think that because we know, regardless of outside influences, we do know that we still have an influence on our children from the time they come out of our womb. They identify and recognize and see us before they see anyone else. So verbiage is extremely important because saying I don't like you does not speak to the behavior. It speaks to the person as their character, right? Their entire being. So now you have a child that's growing up feeling and the seed is planted, right? I know you don't like me. You've established that you don't like me. So now we have a lifetime of conflict with you because no matter what the intention is, underlying the seed that has been planted, you don't like me. You love me, which that is a true feeling that many people have as parents. You love me, but you know what that says? I'm going to tolerate you, but I don't see it for you. And even if at times that can feel like a real genuine thing for a parent, I still don't think you should ever utter that to a child because that's still a human being, right? Ultimately. And all children are doing is having the same lived experience as you are as a human being, as an adult. They just don't have the years of experience that you have. And just like you, every person should evolve, most people do evolve, that child will evolve as well. So now you've planted a seed into your child that you don't like it and really don't see it for them. That's conflicting. That's creating unnecessary trauma. And I know a lot of people, when they hear the word trauma, they think of big, like outlandish events. Trauma can be extremely subtle at times as well. It could be the littlest things. And most people, trauma begins with the littlest things. And it becomes a buildup. You're now collecting data. So everything being said to you, everything being done to you, you're not receiving it in as a person is trying to love or a person loves you. You're receiving it that this person don't like you. And I think that's some crazy shit in reality. I just wish as parents, of course I'm going to keep echoing this because I know a lot of parents feel like I could do no wrong even if I do wrong because I'm the adult in the situation. And totally just recognize it's like they have amnesia to their own childhood. And it comes from a place of selfishness as well, because most parents, when they do, because I talk to a lot of parents throughout me becoming a parent, and I've picked up on a lot of parents, it pisses me off. A lot of parents can reflect on their childhood, right? When you ask the questions and really stick to it, they'll bring up their childhood, reflect on their childhood, and still differentiate and don't humanize their children in a way where they can bridge the gap and hold identity, get a better understanding, be more relatable. They will still double down because in their minds, and more than likely it's because this is what their parents did to them, a pathology. But in their minds, I'm the adult. So even if you feel like I'm wrong, I'm still not wrong because I'm the adult. And oh well, I can make a mistake, and my mistakes or my wrongdoing is not, a mirror should never be held up to me because I get a pass. I'm the adult in the situation. The way children are dehumanized on this planet, because it ain't just in the state, but on this planet, the way children are dehumanized is baffling. It's baffling.
And I want to add on to that. Y'all have to accept that, for a time being at least, you are going to be the sole representation of God in your child's life because you are the first God that they know in this body. Also, particularly from mothers, because I didn't really understand why Iyanla would harp more so on mamas a little bit harder than she harped on dads, but now I get it, and it's because of that sentient relationship, that symbiotic relationship between mother and child. I want particularly mothers, since this is kind of the running theme here anyway, to really hear this. Language is significant. How you speak, the way you frame things to something that came from your biological is significant because of that symbiotic relationship. And therefore, there is no way for you to slash away and to hurt your children by way of your words that does not hurt their relationship. Your words will have the universal effect in either instance. It will either help their relationship or harm their relationship. But there will never be no such thing as being able to isolate their healing or isolate their injuries. It would all come back to you. It would all come back to the relationship, and it will all show up in the relationship. And what shows up will reflect the type of relationship you've cultivated by way of your direct treatment and your direct verbiage. So there is a great deal of weight on the words of parents because of what parents represent and stand for in the unconscious mind of the child, which is, you are my God. What you say, of course, has profound weight attached to it. And like rumors say, if you bring your mouth, even if you feel this way, but you bring your mouth to be bold enough to say it out loud and to frame it that way to me, that you don't like me, to be honest, I don't even hear the love part. That doesn't even exist anymore. You've created a crater so deep that someday you'll probably live long enough to regret ever saying it to me. Because I'm going to act that injury out in such a way. I'm going to emote in such a way. I'm going to become someone you don't like in such a way that, yeah, it'll be a little bit too late before you understand the magic of your wand, aka of your words. So, words are powerful. And if there's anybody's tongue that has the literal power of life or death in it, it is the mouth of a parent. Because I don't care how much a child would get on your motherfucking nerve and drive you to wit's end. There are certain things that we all expected of our parents regardless of our behavior. And that expectation across the board is that my parents are incapable of disliking me. Once you prove a child wrong about that, yes, you've potentially set a child off to a very dark path. Once you consistently use your mouth to improperly correct them, because what I, once again, am not saying is that young people should not be corrected but the way in which you correct them is very important and very detrimental to their self-esteem, to their perception of themselves, and also to how they relate to you. I remember because my mother was a fierce bitch with her mouth, baby. My mama clearly did not understand the power of her words, and she was very comfortable expressing herself through whatever language needed and felt equivalent to her thoughts and her feelings at the time. And I was such a mama's boy. You know, I always had the divine feminine in me. I was an empath on top of that, so I absorbed everything at a tremendous rate, baby. Oh man. You know, I didn't even have that many spats with my mother growing up. But the times in which my mother used her mouth to be destructive, it pierced me, and that thing would creep inside of me and build a nest and sit it inside of me. It wasn't a Wi-Fi signal that passed through. It was something that honed itself and would form a home inside of me. And I didn't realize the contention between me and my mother as I grew up, became a teenager, etc. It was due. It was due to the things she made me think were true. That maybe were not true because her words were not a reflection, always, of the truth. They were a reflection of her mood at the time. They were a reflection of her own lack of discipline. They were a reflection of her own recklessness. But a child doesn't make those type of delineations. Because they look to you as God, they accept everything as absolute and literal. Absolute and literal. They don't, we don't, we're not going to give you that opportunity. And then when you out there looking at our lives, like, well, damn, bitch, you done broke up with your girlfriend 5, 6, 7 times. You ain't got no problem forgiving that hoe. Or you and them badass friends. Y'all friends today, ain't friends tomorrow. Friends today, ain't friends tomorrow. You forget every damn body else but your mama. It's because of who the fuck mama is. Mama, unfortunately, maybe is in a power position that she wasn't taught to really, she didn't understand the full gravity of. You don't got the same humanity that my friends got. You don't got the same humanity that my girlfriend got. I don't even completely look at you as a human. That's why your words are powerful. Because you're kind of a supernatural deity to me.
Yeah.
And most of this, once again, is happening on an unconscious level. Because kids will talk a big shit and you know, and talk mad shit about their parents and cuss their parents out. Don't ever let that mistake you for how they really feel. And they're only really as upset and pressed because of that unconscious symbol and correlation between you and that which is God. That's why you can bring out the worst in your children. You can bring out the best in their ass as well.
You spoke directly to my experience in my childhood that I've shared numerous of times on this platform. It was literally that way for me and my mom. And I didn't have all the verbiage, and I really, quite frankly, didn't have all the understanding. I just knew how I felt. And there was this, it was like so strong when it came to my mother versus my dad and anyone else that was a part of my life. And my mom talking points, just what you said, my mom used to say that, like literally, especially when I became an adult. She just didn't understand how I could have such vigor for her, all of this anger, and I didn't have it for anyone else. And I told her just what you said, like it couldn't have been coming from a conscious place 100% for myself, because I had that, you know, my story was a little bit unique. I didn't know she was my mother. I knew she was somebody important, but I just didn't. The label and the thought of her being my mom was not that. But I knew she was someone important in my life, but there was something deep inside my soul that would not allow me to humanize her in order for me to not have this resentment towards her. And the only thing that allowed me to do that, to be able to see her as a human being, was for me to have children. Once I had my first son, like I was so able to humanize her and learn to love her, and not necessarily like I could forgive her, not forget. Like it was important for me to not forget what happened, not to use and weaponize against her, but just to remain conscious of myself and how I showed up, you know what I'm saying, as a mom. And you know what I'm saying, not to demonize her choices and her decisions, but just understand in order to make it more relatable. And I realized that a lot of my animosity really was more or less frustration, because I wanted, being an older girl, I wanted to be my mom's daughter. Like I actually was so frustrated because what I saw in her, I felt like she didn't see it in herself. And I felt like she was just being very mediocre. And everything that you were just saying, it just came back to my mind and my heart, and how I felt when I was able to articulate and like affirm her. Because parents, that's something else. Like conscious, when we were talking one day behind the offline or whatever, and you were saying to me when we discussing my children, you said, let me see if you remember this, you said children are given to us as a lesson. Our children are there to teach us. And I was like, damn, because sometimes as you're living day to day, you don't think every little thing, you just move and reacting. You don't think on every little thing that you're doing and what's the purpose behind everything. And I was like, dang, that's so true. And when I thought back and reflect, and even in this conversation, like, yeah, children, that's important for parents to understand. Our children, yes, we are there to help cultivate their lives, but our children are really in our lives. Once you choose to have them, for us to learn. That's also our teachable moments for us to continue to evolve. That's the only other reason that we are placed here to interact with each other, is to learn from one another, uplift one another, the whole, not just quote unquote, because I know I use the word community a lot, but I mean just as a whole, for us to cultivate each other. And knowing that our children are there for us to learn, and it's not just about us cultivating and teaching them, we have to know that it's a give and take reciprocal relationship. It's transactional in that way. So we have to stop looking at our children as burdens, number one, because when you look at your children as a burden I know it could be frustrating, but when you look at them as a burden, you're looking at them like you're holding them responsible for how you deem them in their life. They didn't ask to be birthed. That's number one. And they definitely are not responsible for you as the adult. You being responsible for them, which I think parents need to sit back and I do think that our parents, let me make this segue real quick. I believe 100% us as parents, we need to be talking to people that don't have children and have real conversations. Not necessarily trying to fearmonger them, but I do think that beyond the just discussing, because parents that do talk, when they talk about like warning other people about becoming parents, it's always from the talking point of the superficial burdens. It's never about the emotional side of it, the psychological side of it. It's never about the spiritual side of it. It's never about those things. It's always about the superficial shit, which all of the superficial reasons that parents feel so burdened are things that we are doing to ourselves. I remember when I had Matthew, I did this for both of my kids and still do it to this day. When I had my children, I didn't give a fuck about labels. I made it my business to show and teach my children what things were most important, to keep them from having these superficial needs and wants and desires. I made them feel comfortable. If I wanted to buy a pair of sneakers out of Walmart for them, I bought them sneakers out. If my kids, whatever they liked, I didn't make it about a label, and I didn't allow them to become label whores. I didn't allow them to think that just because your friend got a PS5, you have to have a PS5. I didn't make them think
Just a lot of things that I knew that overall is not what it takes to become a good, productive human being. Now, again, I'm not perfect. Hence why I talk to my children and ask them the questions I asked them. But I made sure that I was not going to move from a space of being a dictator, being superficial, and more importantly, being selfish and irrational. I was going to humanize the fuck out of my children. And it's not easy because a lot of times I do want to go back to like the ways of the old and definitely do a couple of round kicks and all of that. But I regulate myself. And when I'm not able to do that, I reach out to other people, whether they have children or not. But I reach out to other people and have a conversation before I react. And I think a lot of parents don't know how, and I get it, we're human. But a lot of parents don't know and don't have systems in place for them to get the proper help that they need or whatever. We take on too much of the unnecessary. Meaning, everything else is the priority. Not saying the children aren't the priority, but everything else is the priority versus the overall real need of that child. Kids don't know shit about cell phones, so you put a damn cell phone in their hand. They don't know nothing about electronics. They don't know nothing about name brands. All children know is how they feel, and most children, because we know we love them when they first come into the earth, right? And despite the terrible two syndrome and all of that, those are the best and the most innocent years. And tell me, what does it cost? During those years, what does it cost to be a parent? What does it cost? That's the most easiest years, the most pivotal years in a child's life in there. You know what I'm saying? That phase of adolescence. And that's the foundation. Yet you find more parents are frustrated in those years. Because at some point, where as children get older, right, become teenagers, most parents they take their hand off. You still parent, but it ain't the same. You're not. I'm not gonna say not invested. I'm not gonna say that. But at some point, when they become teenagers, parents start to like loosen the reins. I guess it's because they're getting, they're close to 18 or something of that magnitude. But I do see where the challenges become so overwhelming, and it's usually when they're super young. And I'm like, those are the easiest years. I don't want to be insensitive to say I don't understand a parent that has 3 children that are under the age of, let's say, 8 years old, feeling like I can't take it, this is too much, this is unbearable, et cetera, et cetera. But those are really the easiest years in the parent's life. I think most of us parents can say that. And not to be able to navigate that. Now, taking away mental illness, right? Just take away the mental illness. Because I also do think that I personally believe that every woman that has had a child has experienced postpartum. We just all haven't had the verbiage, the label for it, and things of that nature. And there are different levels, and like there's 2 totally different types of postpartum. But I believe we've all experienced it. Yes, some of us had a village, and then there are others that did not have a village. But looking back on hindsight 2020, which is something that I do when I talk to young mothers, I always tell them this, baby, look, you're going to look back at this time and be like, this too shall pass. You're going to look back at this time and be like, yeah, I remember when this, you didn't see your way out, how you can do it, but you can do it. We just, as human beings, we complicate a lot of things that are not really complicated. But when you don't have emotional intelligence and know how to have the tools to regulate those emotions, i.e. having systems and people in place to help you regulate those emotions, then you make life harder on yourself. But yeah, in this case, I do believe that sister's trying to pull a stunt and trying to use the system, and when I say the system, I mean like just pull on people's heartstrings, and they're trauma bonding. And to me, yeah, Miss Lindsay is not the face. Her case is not the case to use in order to help champion bring more awareness and outcry for what women community is suffering through as parents. Um, it ain't giving me that. And even to, I see her husband. I do feel like her husband definitely, along with medical professions that she was seeking help from, definitely should have some ownership legally, in my opinion, for this as well. But when it's all said and done, there was too many, in my opinion, too many other options than for those children to have been unalive the way that they were unalive. I
And
mean,
can
that
we
was.
talk about him for a minute? Because this happened in 2023. Four,
Mm-hmm.
5, 6. So 2.5 years later, your ex-wife is on trial. She's not your ex-wife. I'm not sure how long it was after the elders of the children that they separated and got divorced, but I I find him moving on basically in 2 years to be just kind of over the top. I don't know if I would personally, and there's no right or wrong. Everybody has a different thing going on, and I'm probably sure that when you have severe trauma, you probably try to move on actually even faster as a way to cope with a trauma. But 2 years, I still couldn't imagine being ready for a personal relationship. Like my wife unalived my 3 children. I probably would still be chumming in a bucket at the thought of women as a man having to grieve such extraordinary loss like this. And I could imagine wanting to hear a woman's voice, yet alone date to the point that it becomes serious, to the point that I'm remarried. I just feel like there's so many things I have to confront in myself to do that if I'm dating for the proper reasons. And I'm not dating to cope. I'm not dating to hide. I'm not dating to run from something. And I'm not dating as a way to distract myself from, one reality to the next, because, he definitely could be seated where he's seated for unhealthy reasons as a result of a coping mechanism. But it just seems like a lot to have moved on from this. Like, because you have the task of not only grieving a marriage to I'm going to assume somebody you expect to have spent the rest of your life with. Y'all were on your 3rd child. Y'all had built a home. Y'all built a family. This is the person you're going to grow old with. I have to grieve this person and grieve my children. And then I have to grieve and confront like this dark ass question of, is there anybody I would ever be able to trust then? I picked a woman and took her down the aisle of God. And we had a family together, and the person that because your partner is going to be like the reflection of the highest person you can trust in, outside of yourself in the world. That person absolutely breached and broke my trust in the most like extreme radical of ways by murdering our children, and then tried to murder themselves. And then I came home and found that I wasn't out of the country on a mission, on a Christian mission, and was called and told. I found my children with my own eyes, my own hands. I held my children in my hands. I saw them deceased. I found my wife in the driveway after she had just jumped from a 2-story window. Like,
I'm curious as to
2 years later, I'm married, not dating. I'm married. So then, at what point? How soon did you get divorced? How soon did? Because all that had to happen very quick. Divorce, start dating, then marriage, all within 2 years. That's weird to me. And I can't imagine that he healed correctly. It doesn't seem feasible that he would have healed correctly. That had that new marriage has to be a rebound and a coping mechanism.
or someone that was already in the picture.
I was going to say that too, or somebody who, because I'm thinking to myself, why the hell was she having all these children back to back to back to back to back? Was something going on in the marriage? Was there infidelity? Was she thinking that this was a way to keep her husband's attention? I don't like.
And I would, as the new wife, I would be also questioning what role did he really play in the scenario? Because here's the thing, even me entertaining, let's say this is a coping mechanism, him trying to deflect and not address and deal and properly heal, right? I would be curious as to what have his talking points, because just based upon what information you've given us, he seems to have to be standing up for her in the sense of she did everything, we tried to get the help. She was on the medication, she had a therapist, she had a psychologist, et cetera, psychiatrist, whatever. It will be as though he's speaking in defense of her. So if it's in defense of her, my question would be, looking at all the moving parts that I'm aware of, you chose to stay with her and throughout all of this while it's happening. And yes, I can understand being like, what the hell, because now you're traumatized from actually coming home and seeing this, right? However, you still chose to stay with her throughout that time. Despite the warnings, despite the help you guys were trying to get her fully and trying to get things under control, you were dedicated to staying there. Dedicated to the point that you even had some type of trust in her enough to leave your children with her, despite all that it encompassed, all of the red flags and all of the alarming behavior or conversation, I'll say. What could be, because if those wasn't enough reason for you to leave and take those kids, what was it? It's so much unanswered questions, so much information. That's why I was doing look at while you were talking. I would have to really, really get some more information. But what I have been downloading since the time I came up on the live, we started talking about it. It's not giving me. I'm not going to be clear. I'm not going to say. It's just giving me premeditated.
Oh, and I think it's clear to a lot of people that it was premeditated.
Sure. Yeah, it's giving me that, even though I know that mental health.
Giving psychotic break.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that just because it's premeditated that it wasn't the result of mental instability, because clearly it was.
But that's what I'm saying.
It wasn't clearly psychosis that she was experiencing.
Right. I believe all people that are willing to take another person's life outside of self-defense have a mental instability anyway. So, but it's just the fact that he stayed, and the moment that the point that it escalated. At between what point in time did you decide that now I'm done? At what point did you decide I'm done? It makes me feel like, yeah, there's a strong possibility that there was this woman that you're now married to was always in the picture. I don't know if it was just platonic. It had to be.
So I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read y'all this. Patrick Clancy started dating his new partner, Dr. Rachel Denise in February of 2024, roughly 13 months after the tragic January 2023 deaths of his three children. So 1 year and a month later, he started dating Dr. Rachel. February of 2024, Patrick began dating New York City fertility doctor Rachel. April of 2026, they married this year in a ceremony in Central Park. Now I went over to the fact that Patrick was dating just 4 months after the deaths of his children. Okay, that's not true. So yeah, so he started dating a year and a month after.
Now, if this was a case where he felt like, okay, I need to detach myself, she's clearly like not going to get well, this is not what I signed up for. I tried, this, I just can't, I cannot continue to be attached to her, be, tied to her in marriage. I can't be in relationship to her anymore. This is too much. Yada. All of those things. Okay, I still would believe that yes, this is also a coping mechanism that this man has not done the proper work to heal himself. And yeah, I would be, I would be looking at him as his wife. I would be, unless he's in counseling or something that we don't know, or whatever the case may be. But I wouldn't be comfortable. But there's always, no matter the race, there's always a pick me. There's always, I could save you, it won't happen to me, and
No
all of
way
those.
in hell, baby. I done made it through medical school and the whole nine. And out of all the choices I have in men, I'm going to entertain dating, potentially falling in love, and marrying a man coming into my life at this stage in the game with this much fucking baggage. Bitch, you're bringing this level of grief and trauma into my life. I ain't no way in motherfucking hell he would even be on my radar as a valuable
But
bachelor.
we because
And I'm
we,
a woman, and I am a high earning, educated motherfucking woman who done did what I had to do for my career in life. I have to
we
nurse
see it all the time
I
though.
have to nurse patients every day. I'm not coming home to potentially nurse no motherfucking nigga on top of that. Like we gotta pick a struggle. We can't just be motherfucking struggling. That man's
Child,
grief alone and level of baggage would scare the fuck out of me. Ain't no way in hell.
we see it all the
Baby, no
fucking time.
ma'am. I ain't finna be sleeping next to you and you street fighting and water combating my ass in the motherfucking sleep because you are undergoing nightmares and PTSD and hell, no, it's too much. It's too much.
I agree, but we see it all the time, and we're like, "What the fuck?" And I'd be like, "Okay, desperation." In my head, I'd be like, "Desperation, baby. If you like it, I love it." Girl, I see.
Now
I see
imagine
you.
the level of expectation of you as the woman that is the follow up
But
to
see,
the wife that killed your three kids. I mean, it's too
but
much.
that may make her feel good. Make feeling like I'm nurturing him, I'm building him back up. He needs me. He needs me. Child, bye. Let's not act like people don't have those mentalities. Most women really do. They complain, but most women really do like feel like we superheroes. We here to stay. Like it is our job and our responsibilities to get out here and coddle these men and like bring them back. They have so much potential. They just need a good woman. They just need a good woman. She wasn't good, you know. And then you find out he's not a good person. And it was never about the other person, what they did not do, lack thereof, or anything in between. That this person is an unhealed human being. And it is not anyone's job but that person's job to do the work to heal themselves. But potential, we see potential, and baby, potential has been, unfortunately for a lot of women, potential has been the unaliving of most of us.
Lindsey Clancy severe mental health issues. Her mental health struggles began around September 2022, roughly 4 months after the May 22 birth of her youngest child, as she prepared to return to work from maternity leave as a labor and delivery nurse. She experienced escalating postpartum anxiety, insomnia, and depression, which court testimonies indicate worsened rapidly through a heavily medicated period leading up to the January 2023 tragedy. This is wild shit. And the fact that he's with another doctor, and the fact that people say that Lindsay and the new wife favor, it's just weird. But
Well, we talking about a weird group of people.
JR says that women don't get the proper help for postpartum and they end up taking the lives of their children. Yeah, they say
Everybody
it was a
experiences,
rapid decline after this shit started.
I
It
tell
was
you, everybody experiences not
downhill
the
pretty
same.
fast.
But I can recall, I'm telling you, everybody experience is not the same. So I just know my experiences were totally different. I had that first pregnancy, I did the most. I did. My second pregnancy, I was not, you know, so too gung ho on joining all these groups or whatever. But I felt like, I mean, I was being bombarded like everywhere I went, whether it was doctor's appointments, just casually going clothes shopping or what. It was just, you saw nothing but postpartum ads. Everything was postpartum, 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 postpartum. And so, yes, we do know that when it comes to our people, whatever, we know what it looks like when it comes to getting medical help or whatever. Out here, we have our trust issues for valid reasons. But when I hear Caucasian, and I know how the system is set up against women, in period. But when I hear Caucasian women like, oh my God, I couldn't get no help, this, that, and the third, I'm like, that's interesting. Because I was intentional. My doctors, when I lived in Jersey, especially, my doctors were never in the hood. I made it my business to make sure that I had doctors that were people of color, but I made sure that I also went outside of the hood to the doctor. I went to the suburbs intentionally. And the way that they get catered to, I'm like, interesting when I hear those women, those particular groups of women complain about medical service and not being able to have certain treatments and things, not having information. And I'm like, so where was your doctor at? Who was your doctor? Let me go read the reviews. Because something is not adding up. That is not the norm that I see in the spaces I occur, that I little occupy. I don't see that. So somebody's not being honest. And that's another reason why I'm like, I'm side-eyeing, because of just because my experience or my experience doesn't mean that that's for the collective of all women, especially the other, you know what I'm saying, the other side of the fence. But I've just seen so much in those medical spaces that I'm always going to side-eye one of them when they say, oh, they weren't like, I couldn't get this, I can't get that. Are you delusional? No. You can't sell me your talking points, because I see something different on a day-to-day. So somebody's not being honest. And I do feel like in that scenario with Lindsay and her husband, I do low-key feel like he was tired. If he just was able to just walk away after all of that, remarry, that man was tired of her. And I borderline believe that at some point when he left that house, I could be wrong, but I do believe that there's a possibility when that man left that house, he didn't leave that house thinking that she's 100% trustworthy with these children.
The way he acted, this show made it seem like that.
They're great performers. I'm reminded of what was that?
Oh, because you're trying to say that he might have been.
I don't think he was in on it. I think I
He
want
might
to
have
be
been ready for a new reality himself.
Yeah, I think he just really like. I think he was tired. I think he, just like in our community, how we talk about how we're taught from childhood to be, become wives. That's their go-to in their community. That is something that is hardcore. You are meant to create, reprocreate, woman, have these children, white picket fence, and leave legacy, this and the third. And I think that they both went in with that intention. And I think they both found out that the fantasy that they were sold was not the reality of the world. And I think they both were definitely subscribed to gender roles. And like I see of most Caucasian women, because they seem to have this entitlement, like low key. I don't know if they recognize that that's deep within, but they have this mentality of this mindset, like they're supposed to have indentured servants. They're supposed to have nannies, and they're supposed to have housekeepers. They're supposed to sit back and live the sweet, posh, soft girl life. And when the realities of life hit them, and they start seeing the resemblance of other women's community as parents, that they're now living the same day-to-day life and struggle, it's like the audacity. We see this depicted in movies. We see it depicted in real life. We see it depicted on TV. We see it depicted on social media. Like it's like, oh my God, it becomes so much and so overwhelming. And then us on the other side of the tracks that are mothers, we be looking at them like, girl, please, child, why? I remember the first time I saw when they first started putting the damn collars on the children. And you see them in the supermarkets, you see them at the malls, you see them at the airports, you see them at games and stuff with these kids with damn it collars like they're animals. Because they can't control it. It's too much, it's overwhelming. They literally be about to like break down. And what do most black mamas say? Girl, give them to me. And sometimes we even interject in passing. And they look like they about to fall apart because they can't take it. It's just too much. It's just too much. It's too much. It's too much. And we be sitting there like, what the fuck? Girl, if you don't grab little Timmy ass and strike the shit up, like that type of, it be that, and like, what? They cannot take it. So I personally believe he was tired of her ass. He was over the situation. He had did all that he could. He saw that she wasn't going to bounce the fuck back at all. I think he wanted her to bounce back. But he saw that she wasn't going to bounce back. And the reality of the facade that they had been portraying, because what that lady said, everybody that know her, I didn't know her personally, but everybody that knows that she was such a loving mom. That the smoke was starting to clear. And I believe her behavior, like maybe just like in her talking points, maybe how she was showing up, aesthetic wise as well, was no longer fitting the image of what they both subscribe to. Because what other reason could it be that this man just, did you say, how many months you said? 18 months? I might be throwing extra months on that.
13, a year and 1 month after the tragedy. He was already dating.
So that tells me she was his Stepford. He more than likely had her as a Stepford wife. I'm not saying their version of love didn't exist. But I believe once that man realized, and I'm sorry to say this, a lot of people will get offended by the people that think this way, but there probably was a sigh of relief for him, Conscious, when it was all said and done. And that's probably one of the main reasons he was able to move on as quickly as he did, because I'm no longer attached to this situation that way. Even though the memories ain't going to be gone, he might have nightmares and all of that, but just to be
or because he does seem to have tried to do a lot to to help his wife with everything she was dealing with the kids, or that this could be an extreme manifestation of the patriarchy. Niggas have a head start in moving on because men are not trained to connect their hearts to people. They're trained to connect their bodies, but not their hearts. You know, a man is socialized under a patriarchy to be a mule and a workhorse. So men traditionally move on much faster than a woman do. A woman to still be grieving 2 years later over the breakup, and that nigga got a new bitch in 2 months. If
True.
that. No, he already in them streets.
But I don't know what to say about Lindsey other than
But it is a lot, and I would be deaf scared as the new wife. Just like you're just not. You're not afraid. Like it's like you ain't. Have you seen any type of psychiatric paperwork to indicate that he's been to? I mean, because a man, for I even consider, I would never consider to be with a man with this level of baggage. For one, I'm sorry, I just wouldn't. I'd be his friend. I'd be his confidant. I'd help him to outsource for a proper mate. It just ain't gonna be my black ass. But never would I be his woman. Um,
how that man was
and I'm
crying.
But even from the new wife standpoint, I'm like, did you see any type of psychiatric paperwork to indicate that the man got therapy or anything? Because that would concern me. Like, I would need to factually know that you have grieved, that you have sincerely grieved, because as a result of you not grieving, you have the potential to have a psychotic break your goddamn self. And it could be triggered by a random gust of wind or the sound of a merry-go-round that
So
could
what if he
cause
has
you to finally trip off into all this repressed shit that you done smushed down and hid down in the underbelly of your damn soul that now comes erupting out like a damn volcano?
so
Absolutely
what if he
not.
has no conscious? What does he have? What if he has? Considering
Well, I mean, he's not going to be a viable partner for me regardless. But if I was going to, I at the very least I would have to have seen this man done the work. I would have to have known factually that he's been in therapy, that he has gotten the grief counseling necessary, that all the things, all the things, all the things, all the things. He's not coming up into this relationship a year and a damn month after your wife slaughtered your damn children off her damn self, and she hasn't even endured trial yet. Because that's the other thing. It's like if I know that I'm signing up for a relationship a year and a month after this, that means that at some point, if I plan to be with you and take you serious, I'm gonna have to endure trial. Then you got to relive all this shit. Then you potentially have to reopen. No, baby, come and see me. You, oh, once again, you can't be my man at all. But if there was a possibility, baby, it would have to be when all this shit is said and done, and it just ain't no way in hell that I'm taking on all this for what? What exactly is Patrick bringing to the motherfucking table? And we also know that most men of his kind are average at best downstairs. So we know and can assume that he ain't King Kong or nothing. What's the big selling point? I mean,
she to
are
me,
you
she's saving him.
is she potentially narcissistic enough to be attracted to all of the unfortunate clout from the high profileness and sensationalism that comes from this case? Because that is an incentive. The fact that $1 million was raised by what the grandparents or whomever else. There's a coin incentive, I guess. There's a clout incentive, I guess. Okay, now it's making kind of sense. Because I just don't understand what self-respecting woman who gets herself through medical school is just sitting around looking for a man with this much shit in his trunk coming into a relationship and choosing to settle down with him. There it I know, to your point, women can be dizzy, and that they're pick-me's, amongst women's community for sure. I mean, even Pookie got, a warm bed to sleep in at night in some woman's goddamn house, unfortunately. But, I just still struggle to make sense of this type of shit. And I'm just like, girl, this is a whole MD. She's not even like a nurse. She's a medical doctor. Like,
So
why
that,
are you?
to that point of her being a medical doctor, there's probably that she probably suffers from the savior syndrome, and feeling like, listen, believe it or not, no matter what the race is, there's a lot of equity in when it comes to woman's community feeling like I was able to save him, I was able to clean him up, I am, the end all of be all. Like, it was me. Like, he was waiting on me. It took me. He was made for me. I was made for him. I'm his red. All of that type of bullshit and thought patterns or whatever. Women think that way. And
But this is
like,
a woman of science. She's supposed to be left brain, logical, rational. She's in the reasonable part of her consciousness. This isn't like Susie Homemaker at home, like with a fucking apron on at the top you know, of the prairie in her little house. This is like supposed to be a woman of immense,
and we find
immense
out every
grounded
single in
scientific reasoning.
and every time in these type of situations, we find out every single time that this is just a human being with a title that decided to further their education, and at the end of the day, they still a human being that's moving irrational. Like, when it's all said and
And
done.
he probably needed her so bad emotionally that he love bombed the fuck out of her. I can just imagine the way he was putting her up on a pedestal, like, I really haven't met anyone like you since my divorce, and you just remind me of something innocent again. And I can just imagine how that. But I'm sorry, that because it's him, baby. There ain't enough you could say to woe. It's just not enough. There ain't enough of anything. There ain't enough dick. There ain't enough woeing. There ain't enough love bombing. It just ain't gonna be no enough. It just don't even make no sense, nigga. Why would I be with you? Go get help.
Because on paper, though,
Go.
but think about it, conscious. On paper, ideally, right? He looks appealing to those that will
On
believe.
paper, it looks worse. I don't want to be the wife of the man whose ex-wife slaughtered all three of his fucking children. I don't want to be
Oh, see,
her.
that was
I
her.
don't want to be her.
So we thinking about the mindset of what this new wife could have. She could have been thinking her irrational mindset, right? On paper, he did everything he could to get this woman help.
And I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but I'm just saying,
I know,
like,
I know
that's
that's not what
a
you're saying.
lie.
We're saying the drama that's attached.
Baggage
Yes,
for a fully evolved woman who's educated and done made the
it
necessary
ain't his fault,
sacrifices to put
child.
her
That
life on
man,
the right track, to then turn around in her personal life and settle for a man who's come out of that level of grief that quick.
child, she gonna hit that man up. You see?
We're not even talking about a Patrick Clancy 10 years later. I can understand that. We're not even talking about a Patrick Clancy 15 years later. We're talking about a Patrick Clancy 1 year and a month after. Hell to the fuck no. Hell no.
The newest Miss Patrick said, "It's a good man, Becky. It's a good man right here. He did everything he could, and I'm gonna help him heal. I'm gonna make sure he has all the support groups, all the counselors, all the professionals he needs, and I'm gonna stand by his side because she wasn't strong enough to do it, but I am. This is a good man, Becky. He's a good man, and no one's gonna tell me anything different." I mean, the way he sacrificed himself, he started working for home. He went on.
Unless they already been dealing, which is what some people been saying. Vanetta says the only thing Patrick is looking for is a payoff. He knew her before and would travel to New York where his new wife lived and left Lindsey alone with the kids. He been left Lindsey. Because it just don't make no sense that this is a brand new spanking man coming off coming off the conveyor belt, and this is who you choose, unless there already was a familiarity and an affection and all the things there to create this pivot. Because I would not understand this as your man fresh out of the package. It don't make no goddamn sense.
I told you from the top on when we start talking about him, I would not be surprised if him and that woman had not had a previous or was already in a prior engagement. I don't know if it was just platonic. I don't know if it was, more than platonic. I wouldn't be surprised if this woman, at the possibility of
Because we know that his love life and sex life had to have slowed down once Lindsay started going through all this, because she was too doped up, she wasn't sleeping, she too depressed. I'm sure her sex drive was shot. Did that open up a pathway, or was maybe some extracurricular? And I don't want to really make it about that because ain't no evidence of none of the shit that we saying. It's just purely speculative, but it is wild that a man with this much grief to unpack would be capable of emotionally moving on fully with his life a year and a month later. That is very bizarre.
And to be fair too, though, conscious, we don't know. There's a possibility, entertaining that conversation, there is a possibility that that woman, the new wife, was there to help provide him with some type of guidance, referrals, and things of that nature. And she could have swooped in on him. And seeing
and either way, I find her stupid. I don't care if he came on to her, she came on to him, and either way, she's still in the same predicament. As far as I'm concerned, it's girl, you're potentially putting your life in danger because this man might be a power keg waiting to go kaboom for all you know.
And now him and this new wife.
Ain't no way in hell he damn sure ain't unpacked this level of grief, bitch. You got a son who was 5 years old. You and Lindsay got together in 2013. So these are people you've known. Like, you've known at least one of your children for 5 years. That's your oldest. You and Lindsay go back to 2013. You ain't you unpacked losing your 5-year-old. Your 5-year-old been in your life for 5 fucking years. Your whole marriage to a woman that you married and been in love with since 2013. You unpacked all that within a year and a month. Yet alone, you got 3 children. 1 newborn. Ain't even a year old yet. You unpacked all that in a year, in a month. My God. Baby, they didn't even get to her trial that fast, yet alone your motherfucking healing. My God. They didn't even get to her trial that fast, yet alone your motherfucking healing. My God, today. His healing came before her trial even did. Girl, this is some dangerous minds level type shit. Cause I would be too scared to be with a motherfucker like this a year and a month later.
Well, she ain't scared. She married him, and according to what I was just reading, she talking about having children by him too.
Of course, I mean, she married him, so that's to be expected.
Okay, so she ain't worried and concerned about. Well, I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know what they've done as far as seeking treatment for him and making sure that he does not have no PTSD or anything in between. But I just hope that she don't become a part of the story in a sense where, because that's a lot to be considered and thought about as well. Like, I echo your sentiment and concern as well. But sis, well, she ain't my sis, but she like it. I love it for her. When people, she ain't my sister-in-law. We ain't sisters.
Your saltine sister-in-law. This is your adopted sister.
But she definitely. I I personally
I can't believe I got hiccups.
would
Like,
not engage. I wouldn't engage either, just on the strength of I personally wouldn't feel comfortable enough, like knowing that it's only been a year. I don't think that a person can grieve properly within that time period. And I was thinking it, and you said it before. I got a chance to say it, but just the fact that there's still an open trial, and I would need him to unpack all of his feelings in regards to, not just the unaliving of the children, but just the experience of being married to someone that you say you love and you watching them literally lose their shit and struggle and trying to get the help. Because, if all that is said, that's being said is true, that they did exhaust, not necessarily all of their options, but they did put in a lot of work to try to get her the treatment and all the day to day of what he could experience and trying to help her. That's a lot. Being a caretaker is a lot. That's a and then you add on in addition to being a caretaker, to actually watch, come home and see your children lifeless and your spouse on for, like, it's a lot to be taken in on how it will fuck up your psyche, because you then become like, what could I have done more? What could have I done better? What did I not do? All of the questions, because you usually hold blame for you. Like you, it is unnatural not to find, even if you've done all that you could and really truly exhausted all your options, to find or take on blame. I'll say it that way. Take blame within yourself as a caregiver in situations like this. So yeah, that would be a lot for me in a year's time, 13 months, whatever. It just would not. I wouldn't be comfortable. I would feel like something is going to resonate down the line because we're not addressing it. And I too still would I wouldn't even be comfortable attaching myself to someone legally, let
and
alone.
Patrick is being completely selfish by knowing he got all this to still deal with. He got a trial that he knew was coming. He know his ex-wife gonna be on trial. He know he gonna have to relive this whole thing again. I if you love, if you knew at some point, like, you still wouldn't mind being married and having a family or whatever the case would be, okay, cool, fine. I would love my hypothetical future partner enough to live through all this first,
Mm-hmm.
and then I would not dare be selfish enough to navigate all of the things I got to navigate emotionally and mentally, and have to go through this trial situation and then take somebody through that with me. I don't even want to go through this. What the fuck I want to have my future love of my life going through something that can be prevented if I just close this chapter myself first and have a true fresh start.
Right.
I want to bring my hypothetical love of my life in proximity to this shit. I don't want them to have to be worried about me. I don't want them. I just don't even want the stain of this era in my life onto my next relationship, even though there's obviously a part of this that's going to live with me. But bringing my partner this intimately into the situation, knowing that if I start dating now, I potentially can meet somebody, it can get very serious, and then we're going to be together by the time my ex-wife is going to trial over the murder of my 3 children. That's a lot. That's not necessary. And I would question somebody's love who thought that I was deserving of that. Like, nigga, really? Really? But you wouldn't even get a chance to even take me through it anyway, because I ain't signing up for nothing like this. You're going to have to be 10 years out of the gate on this, baby, before we can get to a first date. Because, yeah, that would terrify me. And everything that I know about the way that men repress their shit, and then how volatile that shit becomes when it finally comes out, because it's going to come out and up if it hasn't already. If he hasn't grieved this shit, I would not be surprised, baby, if we hear that Patrick ass is in prison 5 years from now, his damn self. Or if him and his wife is a divorcing over DV and all. I wouldn't be surprised. Because if he hasn't grieved or grieve gonna grieve him.
Well, when it's all said and done, it's a nice little wedding photo.
They look
But
happy and young.
that picture says a lot to me, and it just lets me know that, they are subscribed to the fairy tale, the American dream. And the reality of it is the American dream, it is not designed for people of a certain economic stance, no matter what your race is. And the system that they all bow down to and they subscribe to continues to show them it means nothing to them until it means something to them. And the only way for it to mean something to them is when it directly affects them. I do want to encourage mothers out there, no matter if you're single or married, it is okay to become overwhelmed. And it is okay to acknowledge and let people know that you're overwhelmed. But you do have a responsibility to yourself, first and foremost. You can't take a break. As a single parent, because I know every mother that is struggling is not a single parent, but just as a single parent, I do understand my kids are with me 24/7 or whatever, but I too have created a space for myself that when life becomes too much, I know how to step out of the role of a mother and acknowledge my humanity and take care of my needs first. I know it is slightly different for those that are having the talking points are specifically speaking towards how they have experienced postpartum and things of that nature. There are spaces and people in place to help you. And if that is not working for you, it is okay to try another counselor or a group, supporting group. I do think that a lot of times we put too much equity in expecting things once you go to a doctor, maybe 3 or 4, that things should work in the way the doctors tell us. And that's not always the case. We should be seeking other alternative measures, maybe more holistic measures to try to help us regulate, find some type of outing that does not encompass having our children or anyone that we know with us. There are things that we can do to put ourselves first. And it is okay. Please know it is okay to become frustrated when you are overwhelmed. That is okay, but it's never okay to harm your children. And when it's all said and done, the children are actually the most innocent part of the equation, no matter what comes with the children. We know they can be a lot, but they are the innocent ones in the equation. And I do think that it is very selfish to unalive them, to cause them harm, whether it's physical or psychological or even emotional. It is not the child's fault. They didn't actually be brought here. So we need to be very clear as adults when we are making adult decisions to understand the good and bad consequences that come with it. And even to some of the talking points, conscious of the videos where people were talking about the unaliving clinics and things of that nature, I believe there is a space for that conversation. But I think that adults needs to, not just adults, I think people need to take real accountability when it comes to us engaging with others, where to the point that we assume that this is how our life is going to turn out. That just because I lay with you and I make a baby, that we're going to become good parents because I choose to have this child. Stop placing ourselves in positions to be so reckless and careless. And this is me, that's why I'm using certain language, saying stop placing ourselves. We put too much of the responsibility onto others, and then, because that's how I feel like a lot of parents, the ones that didn't have planned pregnancies, they put the bare responsibility. It's how you treat, most of them treat children like it's your fault that I had you. No, you lay down and you didn't take the proper measurements to protect yourself. And even to that degree, because even for those people that have used protection and still found themselves with child or whatever the case may be, there are consequences, good and bad, when you practice and engage in certain activities. So if you know that you truly are not ready, if you know that you are subscribed to a fantasy, if you know that this is not the walk for you, watching other people's lives, please, 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 please don't take on the delusional mentality that my story is going to be different because I'm so different and I'm unique when it comes to becoming a parent. Every parent that I've ever discussed becoming a parent with before I had children, every last one of them warned me. I had met not one that did not tell me, girl, baby, this ain't what you want. It look good, and yeah, once you get them, you get these kids, you learn to love them. You have them. It's like whatever it is, what it is. You make the best of it. But girl, if I could have waited, I ain't met not one, whether it was planned or not planned, that did not utter those words. If I knew what I know now, I would do it differently. I would have waited. So unfortunately for us that did not wait, or even for us that did wait, that have experienced real life trials and tribulations of being a parent, because there are good. It's a lot of good that comes out of being a parent. But for those that only can see the struggles and all that encompass in being a parent, I can only say to you, you feel that way because that's the way that you see it. And you only see it that way is because you're still subscribed to the fairy tale, although you're living in a reality. And until you do away with all that you think and know what it means to be a parent and how it should be, until you scrub that out of your mind, you are going to be beyond miserable. There's no blueprint and no rule book to parenting. But once we learn to humanize our children and we learn to deal according to the individual, and we also learn to put ourselves first in a healthy way, it becomes a breeze. Doesn't mean that you ain't gonna get frustrated and aggravated, but it becomes a breeze and it all feels worth it. When I hear people unaliving their children because it was too much for them, they never saw the worth in those children. And they truly don't see the worth in themselves. It's all coming from a place of ego, and it's very much selfish, very, very narcissistic, selfish space.
Yep. Well, I think that those are beautiful talking points. I gotta wrap up. So
Mm-hmm.
that was poetically stated. Self love is the key, y'all. Before you do anything else, before you do anybody else, whether it's children, a woman, a man, a relationship, a marriage, integrating yourself into a new family by way of a new relationship, love yourself first. That's the foundation for all things in your life is self love, baby.
I
Because
love the
whatever
truth.
condition you are in is what's going to shape your experience of everything else. It's
Right.
what's going to attract everything else as well. Some people just got to find out through what they attract, how to get, how to become a better master at the source of their attraction. So, yeah,
I
self
cannot
love.
believe you've been up here for almost 6 hours. But I love you, Conscious. I love you for always having these thought provoking conversations. And
Yes.
to all parents that are listen, we ain't got it right. We don't know everything, and that is okay. One day at a time, one second at a time. It can get better. It will get better if you do the work. I love you all. I'm praying for you all. Have a good day.
And that was our rumors, y'all. And I'm about to go get informed as well. I see that for those of you who looking to catch up on the case, like I am, Law and Crime Trials has the testimonies up. So I'm gonna go watch some of this. I just put the link in the chat. Patrick Clancy's mom took the stand. Apparently, she defended Lindsey. I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to look at the full testimony of the ex-husband as well. They have that on the channel. So, if I'm inspired to come back and give some 1-2-1-2s, I will. If you enjoyed yourself, because y'all know we always press the gas on the commentary, child. Okay, I knew that this was going to open up the things. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you enjoyed yourself, y'all already know what to do, baby. Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. You can email me all things at Consciouztv. Sign up for Patreon, all that good jazz. Hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. Keep your notifications set to all. And I will see you guys later. Peace.